Good day, folks, and welcome to some more Lamplight City as we solve crimes in an alternate steampunk 1800s Victorian era. And get to see if we actually do pretty well. Just make sure everything is up and up. It doesn't look like... Okay, good. Now it does look like it's working. Oh, man. Okay, so last time we left off, we had to solve a crime in regards to a person falsely accused of murder. We had cleared them, so we had done that correctly. Now, we have a child that's missing, and we are trying to find out what happened to them.
It's nice to see that tea is still served here even in times of tragedy.
All the while, we are haunted by our ghost partner, who is Sassy from beyond the grave. Hey, welcome, Paulo, Kiyosuke. Hopefully everyone is having a great night. And
I have some questions for you,
we're
Mr.
going to get
Harris.
underway.
Yes, of course.
I hadn't actually done Case 2 and Beyond in any kind of seriousness, so this is going to be interesting
Tell me
because
everything
I
you
will
can about the
likely
kidnapping.
screw up.
I don't know much. I was out last night while
I had played the first
Where
case a
had you been
long time
previously?
ago.
I was out with friends. My wife can verify the time I arrived home.
Wait a minute. I know this attitude all too well. This man is hiding something. Most likely from his
Also,
wife.
Artemis is
I doubt
kind
his
of...
voices from beyond the grave.
She has
The
claimed my
question
lap.
is, what's his secret?
And
Tell me
so,
about your son.
I'm having a
Charles
good
is a
bit of time
good boy.
trying to...
Very quiet. Miriam had wanted a child almost from the moment we married. You know
Trying
how
to
women
keep,
are when they have their
Artemis
hearts set on
content.
something. I saw no need to rush, but
Nice to know you're not the only one. Hey, Miles.
the first 2 times Miriam was with child, she suffered some unfortunate accidents. She was devastated, as you can imagine. So when Charles finally came along, he turned out to be quite a blessing. I can't imagine what sort of depraved madman would take him from us like this. You must find him, Mr. Fordham.
I intend to, Mr. Harris.
Or die
Tell me about
trying.
yourself.
There isn't much
Probably
to tell,
won't die
really.
trying,
My
but
life
close
has been
enough.
fairly well publicized in the newspapers.
Let's pretend for a moment that I skip over the society pages.
Well, I'm an investor. My father Clyde runs Harris Construction Company, which I will someday inherit. Any other details about me are fairly trivial nonsense, I think.
What are they?
I found this button in your son's crib.
We have to interrogate
Does it
him
look familiar at all?
very harshly.
No, not at all. Do you think the kidnapper might have left it behind?
I'm actually surprised that
It's a
Artemis is
distinct
still
possibility. Those are all the questions I had for now.
is
All right.
still enjoying my the comfort of my lap. But even so, all right, let's ask the missus.
I have some questions for you if you're up to answering them, Mrs. Harris.
I'll try my best, Mr. Fordham.
I have so many questions.
Tell me what you know about your son's kidnapping.
Oh, my poor baby.
Well, she does
Mrs.
know
Harris,
that
I
he's
know
been
this is
kidnapped.
difficult, but I need as much information as you can give me so I can bring your son back.
Yes, you're right. I have to stay strong. For Charles, it happened sometime between 6 and 8 last night.
Yeah, we did
I
see that the
think
broken
Both
window
my husband and I
in
had
there,
gone
though we
out.
couldn't
Charles
examine
was
it
in
before the
care of his
soporific
nanny,
kicked in.
Mrs. Davis. I arrived home first, around 8:30, and that's when I found this scene in the
Wait, they said they had a
as it was.
nanny.
And what was it you found?
But where's the
Mrs.
nanny?
Davis, unconscious in her
Oh.
chair, the broken window, and Charles missing from his crib.
Oh, she's
Malcolm arrived
okay.
home shortly
That's where
afterwards,
the
around 9, and then immediately sent our butler.
The nanny
Mr.
is
Howard,
automatically
to notify the
sus.
police. We stayed up waiting for any contact from the kidnappers, but there was
Aw.
nothing.
Your husband mentioned he was out with friends last night. Where were you?
Oh, I was visiting with some of my friends. We gathered at one of their homes for a concert.
It seems hiding something from your spouse is an activity both Harrises partake in.
Oh, that's great.
What can you tell me about Mrs. Davis?
Well, she's worked for us since Charles was
Yeah, I
born.
would say that the
I'll
nun
give
is
you a
definitely
6
the
months
not the nun, the
How'd you come to
the
employ her?
nanny is the first
Malcolm's
sus person.
mother had a friend whose daughter she used to care for. She came highly recommended. We've never had any problems
She's
with
definitely
her.
hiding
She's
stuff.
always been a dream.
Where is she now?
In her room, I would guess. With Charles missing, there's little for her to do.
Where might I find her room?
There's a small building just around the back of the manor. Hers is the 4th door from the left.
Okay, good. Now we can question the nanny.
Can you think of any reason why your son would be a target for kidnapping?
It could be that someone wants our money, or some lunatic who's angry about the new airship.
Maybe they
My
want
husband's
both.
an investor, and my father-in-law owns the company building it, you see. I just don't know, Mr. Fordham.
They want
Frankly,
the
fact
money
that
and the
something like
airship
this
to
could even
escape
happen
with.
is just terrifying.
Tell me about your son.
Charles is our only child. He's such a good boy. Never makes a fuss. Always very sweet.
No, that's true, Kizuki. That would be a dark twist, though.
There without your mother. Oh, please, Mr. Fordham. You have to bring him home.
I can't. He's with the King in Yellow
I'll do my
now.
best. Tell me a bit about yourself, Mrs. Harris.
Mr. Fordham, my son has been kidnapped and is out there alone, terrified and confused. What could I possibly tell you that would make any difference to you finding him?
I suppose you're right, Mrs. Harris. My apologies if I upset you. I found this button in your son's crib. Does it look familiar at all?
No, I don't recognize it. It
No.
looks like it came from some cheap coat. Is
That
what
would
the
be
ruffian
pretty
who took
interesting.
my baby was wearing?
That's what I'm trying to determine. That's all for now, Mrs. Harris.
Very well.
Don't worry, I'll question you later. Ooh, to the bedroom.
Miles, didn't you notice something a bit strange about the Harrises?
Besides
Quite
the
a few
hiding.
things, actually. What are you referring to?
Their son was
Hey,
just
welcome,
kidnapped,
Funky Force,
yet they're
and
each on their own side of the sitting room.
zero
Not
boss
comforting
fights.
each other, not crying together. Nothing.
They're stuck-up rich people. Not exactly the type to show emotion.
Miles, you know I'm the most cynical person there is when it comes to their type. But this isn't normal behavior, even for snobs.
That
This
is
goes deeper than
curious.
saving face.
I wonder if they both have, like,
Something
mistresses
going
or
on
something.
between them. I think you should find out what. Fancy.
Ooh.
Some poor servant's
Novia,
probably gonna
thank you
get
for
a
this up.
flogging for leaving it in here, though.
There's anything special about...
It looks like a pile of women's clothes. Must belong to Mrs. Harris. Painting of the city. Probably the only time the Harris family sees any of the other boroughs. Oh, another four-poster. The Harris family certainly makes no secret of their wealth. Who in their right mind would need that many drawers?
Exactly. Why would you need that many
Let's
drawers?
see what we have here. A very poorly written letter addressed to Mr. Harris.
I don't suppose it's a letter of admiration.
On the contrary, the author seems quite upset.
This is your weekly reminder of how much I hate you. Because of you, my wife is dead. My wife was a wonderful woman, and you have taken her from me. I hope you suffer as much as I have. Arthur Devons. He seems like a very erudite
Nothing else of
person.
note in any of the drawers.
Oh, well, at least we got to play a rousing game of Search the Rich People's Dresser.
No, and you'd think they would have
Wardrobes are
stopped
usually
me.
always full of wonderfully dark secrets.
What could be hiding there?
An empty suitcase. I suppose Mr. Harris must travel every
Hey,
now
welcome
and then.
time.
An empty suit.
Hopefully you are
One thing
doing
is for
quite
certain,
well.
Mr. Harris uses entirely too much starch on his shirts.
Aw.
Mr. Harris's color selection is almost as drab as yours.
Oh, but he doesn't have
See
any
if there's anything of
brooding
interest in
dark
any of the pockets.
cloaks.
So, Mr. Harris is a fan of the ponies, is he? I'm sure that's not causing him any trouble at all.
Uh-oh. He's got gambling problems. Possibly gambling debts.
Mr. Harris's color... More lacy underthings. I wonder which Harris they belong to.
The Mister.
Paperwork and receipts. Nothing particularly interesting here. Yeah, it seems like this is where Mrs. Harris keeps her unmentionables. I like the ones with the frills and the stitched cat.
I like how we're just going through all of their personal belongings. How does this help us find their child? Not at all.
The Harris family certainly has a nice view from which to look down upon the world.
That Bill's here
I wonder
not
if they
doing too
use the
well.
balcony to
Hey,
give
welcome,
speeches to
Brockos.
the gardeners. I know the hand and waistcoat pose is supposed to look stately, but to me it always looks like the person is scratching themselves.
You know, especially with how that's painted, that does look kind of true. Ooh,
I wouldn't
the
get too
fuzz.
close, Miles. That vase is probably worth more than your entire building. She looks like she's up to something.
I wonder if she has a thing like where the eyes show where the secret compartments are, or like the secret rooms. That's how it usually works in these like more rich buildings.
Bear's picnic. Something about a group of giant human-like bears eating together in the woods is slightly unsettling.
Depending on what they're
My
eating, of
friend
course.
Bunny. Yeah, I don't know about you, but
That ain't jam.
I wouldn't want a giant imaginary rabbit for a friend. Look at that. The kid has a toy chest. Of course, that is because...
Okay, that was what we got last time we were here. The bottle warmer. So I don't think we examined the broken window last time, because that's where the soporific came in.
Probably won't be another year or so before the child gets any practical use out of those blocks beyond putting them in his mouth.
Hey, it's a very hands-on approach to your ABCs.
Interesting. This fabric looks as though it came from a garment of some kind.
I wonder if that's the same...
There's a small emblem sewn onto the side of this piece of fabric. It just says SS.
Hey, thank you, Kiyozuki.
Somebody's initials, maybe?
That would definitely be true, Kiyozuki.
Be careful not to cut yourself, Miles. I don't think the Harris family has ever seen blood that isn't blue. Look, you can see the balcony extends all the way around the side of the manor.
That would make it rather easy for someone to access this window from the outside.
No evidence of what was used to smash the glass, though. It looks rather flimsy. Let's not try sitting on it.
Okay, so that gets us some initial... And that gives us why they were able to get in. So then the question is, are we able to talk to the nanny? Because she should be our first... Oh! Harris resident, Mrs. Davis's orders.
Come in!
Good day to you, ma'am. I'm Miles Fordham, a private investigator. I'm looking into the kidnapping of Charles Harris. Are you Mrs. Davis?
I am. Oh, bless the spirits. They've sent someone to help.
Oh, she might be a retired nun.
I have some questions for you, Mrs. Davis.
Artemis, you are being very...
Tell me about the kidnapping of Charles Harris.
Oh, dear.
She is just so very much sprawled on my lap at the moment.
Awful. Charlie was my responsibility, and I failed.
Mrs. Davis, that is beside the point. What's important now is finding him and bringing him home. To do that, I need your full cooperation.
Oh, you're right, Mr.
It could be.
Fordham.
But he
I'm
knows that he's
sorry.
very much dead,
I just
advertisement.
need to collect my thoughts. Get the negative vibrations out of my mind. Now, what specifically would you like to know?
I want to know about these negative vibrations, lady.
What time did the kidnapping occur?
I'm not entirely sure. I know I was in the nursery having a cup of tea about 8:30. I remember feeling very drowsy. I must have passed out then because...
Oh, I wonder if she was drugged.
I was being woken by Mrs. Harris. To think, whoever took Charlie did it while I was in the room. Oh, may the spirits grant me peace.
Do you happen to take any sort of sleep medications or soporifics?
Oh, dear me, no. Those types of drugs cloud the mind and make it impossible to tune into the ether.
You say that as though it were a bad thing.
I beg your pardon?
Apologies, I spoke out of turn.
I'm surprised Bill has no sassy comeback there.
Can you think of anyone who would have wanted to take the child?
Oh,
Well,
Artemis.
I'm not one to gossip, but I am quite sensitive to the energy and vibrations that people give off. I get the
It's probably just
impression
costume
that
jewelry.
Mr. and Mrs. Harris aren't very happy in their marriage.
No.
Ah, come on. Anyone could have picked up on that. Anyone except you, that is.
Artemis.
Mr. Harris likes to stay
I'm
out
sorry.
and not take
My
his
leg
wife
was starting to fall
I
asleep.
can't remember the last time they went out together. I don't know what he gets up to, but it's
I had to shift and she got
possible
up.
He may have made some enemies.
Can you think of any reason why someone would want to kidnap Charles?
It might have been for money, but last I heard... there
Maybe
was
she's
no
pulling a
need
Mrs.
for a
Doubtfire
ransom.
thing.
I honestly don't know why this happened, Mr. Fordham. I just hope you find the poor child. He must be
I know.
scared to death.
She was very comfortable on my lap for like the last 45 minutes.
I found this piece of torn fabric in the nursery. Does it look familiar to you?
No, it doesn't. I'm sorry.
I found this button in the
I
baby's
usually
crib.
only
Do you
expect her to be
recognize it?
sitting on my lap for like
Yes.
5-10 minutes.
That's one of Barney's eyes.
Barney.
Charlie's stuffed bear. It's his favorite toy. A gift from my friend Linda.
I didn't find a
know.
stuffed bear in the nursery.
The spirit
Then
is willing,
whoever
but the
took
flesh
baby
is weak,
must have
Kiyosuke.
taken Barney
In this
as
case,
well. Oh, at least the poor thing has something to comfort him. Bless the spirits.
It's unfortunate.
Who is Linda?
Mrs. Linda Walker. She's a good friend of mine. As I said, she gave me Barney as a gift for Charlie.
Can you tell me anything else about her?
Oh, she's a lovely girl, very much in tune with her spiritual nature. I greatly enjoy my conversations with her.
When was the last time you saw her?
Oh, I don't remember. No, wait. It was...
Because it
at
was
the
one of those
last
things where I only expected her to be on my lap for a few
on the
minutes.
19th.
I
That's
didn't get more comfortable. We gotta find Barney and Charlie.
What is the Spectre Society?
It's a club for spiritualists and amateur investigators of the paranormal.
Hey, we're haunted.
We
We
meet twice
can...
a month to socialize and discuss our findings.
I see. Sounds
She just gave us a place
But I don't
to...
expect you to share
empty
my beliefs,
shop.
Mr. Fordham.
Oh, I have a bit more experience than you'd think with regards to the spirit world.
You can say that again.
Where exactly do these meetings take place?
At a private residence in Gascon.
May I have the address?
Why, yes, it's 325 Rue Jameau. Are you going to seek spiritual guidance to find Charlie?
Perhaps. You never know what might be worth looking into.
Hmm.
Do you have Linda Walker's address?
No, I don't. I never visited her home. I get the feeling she doesn't like having visitors or being home very much. She prefers to meet people elsewhere.
So that's why
I
they're
was the
at the
same
club
way
meetings.
After my husband died, it was embarrassing for my friends to see me living so differently. But I feel it's not just a matter of pride for dear Linda. I think there are lots of bad memories associated with where she lives.
A bunch of
I try
negative
to stay away from
vibrations, if you
places
will.
like that. They leave a mark on the soul, you know.
How long have you worked as a nanny?
Only a few years. I never had to work when I was married. My husband had a lot of money. Unfortunately, he was in great debt, and after the spirits took him back to the ether, I wasn't left with much. So I began working as a nanny to make ends meet. But I consider taking care of children a reward in its own right.
As long as I
Thank you for
get
your time,
paid.
Mrs. Davis.
Oh, you're very welcome.
She is very sus, though.
That chest is full of undressed dolls?
Wait,
What the hell is wrong
that
with this
turned
old
creepy, like, going from 0 to 10 in creepiness.
It's a spirit reaching out to a very frightened man. Possibly the fakest looking photo I've ever seen. This looks like a mourning portrait of a
Oh
young woman.
no, that...
Probably a relative of Mrs. Davis.
Maybe she's hiding all the
Painting of
people
a
that she
tower
sends
on
to the
Scottish
spirit
moor.
world.
I wish I'd been able to make it over there. Painting of a misty forest with a cemetery in the background. Cheery stuff.
Oh, definitely.
Her Majesty Queen Jessica. This was clearly painted a long time ago. Pretty distinguished looking gentleman. Handsome. Good fashion sense.
I know,
Who
that
he
could be
is.
the case, Kiyosuke. Because it does seem like it was someone who knew, and thus drugged.
These are all books on
nanny.
spiritualism and the occult. Mrs. Davis doesn't seem to have many other hobbies. The Harris family doesn't seem to hold the comfort of their servants in very high regard. I think a bed of nails would be an improvement.
Maybe there's nails under the sheet.
A boy taking a nap under a tree while his dog runs around in the distance. That brings back some good memories.
Let's take the
My mother
teapot.
had a pewter teapot as well. Always made the tea taste funny. Seems like that boiler's the only thing in here that's less than 10 years old.
I wonder if
Another
I...
Harris hand-me-down, no doubt. You'd think they would have washed it first.
Basically, it's all her...
Another
Hey,
Harris hand...
I don't know what you're talking about. I am very respectful for all her belongings, except the creepy undressed
I'll be
dolls.
going now, Mrs. Davis.
But I'll
May
be
the
back.
spirits guide your path.
Okay, so we need to go to the Spectre Society. Especially because that looks like it's the only place. Hopefully they don't have to quiz me on spiritualism.
Yes? May I help you?
This is the Spectre Society, right? I'm interested
I
in
have my
joining.
brooding black coat.
Yes, it is. Welcome, darling. Our membership process is a bit different to most social clubs. We require a sponsor.
Sounds simple enough.
Well, you see, we ask that sponsors be people who have passed on
Oh,
into
no.
the spirit world. Once you name your sponsor, I will attempt communication beyond the ether. When they answer, you will be judged and considered for membership.
What are you looking for in a sponsor?
A willingness to communicate from beyond the ether. Open-mindedness,
Oh,
a desire
no.
for truth. In other words, all the qualities of a member of the Spectre Society.
Bill,
Actually,
help me
we've
out
had
here.
former members who have passed on act as sponsors before.
I've got a sponsor.
Excellent. What is the name of your sponsor, darling?
Bill Legere is my sponsor.
Seriously, Fordham? I thought you knew better than that.
Let's see where this
Bill
goes.
Legere. Very well. I will attempt to communicate with him.
I know.
She can do this all day. It's not gonna work.
I'm sorry, but I'm having trouble communicating. Perhaps you can come back
Oh,
and try
that's
again
great.
later.
See? Told you.
Come
Yeah,
on, Bill.
Thanks a lot.
You're trying to haunt everyone and you don't even do the stuff right.
Too dark to tell what's inside. They must enjoy the somber atmosphere.
It was worth a shot.
Too dark.
Let's break in the old-fashioned way.
Too dark.
Okay, so that doesn't look like that's going to work. What we need... I think we probably need to ask about some of the stuff, like the gambling.
I have some questions for you, Mr. Harris.
Yes, of course.
Why
found
didn't
this
Bill
letter in your
want to
bedroom.
actually,
What can you tell me about it?
you know,
You went through our
talk to...
things?
I'm a private investigator, Mr. Harris. Part of my job.
You saw me
all
go
the
into your bedroom.
Insolence.
You're upset, I know, but do you want me to find your son or don't you?
Yes, of course I do.
Oh my
That
goodness.
letter was sent to me by mistake. It was written to my father. Well, if you can even call that writing.
Have I ever mentioned how much I hate rich people? Because I really hate rich people.
Your father. Doesn't he own the company building the new airship?
Yes, that's right. He's been receiving many letters just like that one since the Lygia disaster. But that Devons fellow in particular has sent one
Yeah, I
every
have a
week,
warrant.
along with
I just need
bag
to
of
forge it.
chicken bones and dust.
How peculiar.
Not only that, he leads a daily protest in front of the construction yard where the HMS Lenore is being built, trying to halt production. My God! How did I not see this before?
See what?
Devons! He has a grudge against this family because of what happened with the Lygia. I
He-
put
a
one
warrant for
involved
Bill's
with the
arrest?
kidnapping
No.
somehow, as a form of retaliation.
I'll just have to speak with Mr. Devons and see for myself.
I mean, that does provide a somewhat motive, but I think it
I
probably
found this
doesn't...
bit of
That's
torn
probably a
fabric
dead
by
end.
a broken window. Do you know anything about it?
Looks like it came from a piece of clothing. Possibly a jacket.
But yeah,
The
no.
initials SS
Bill's
mean
ain't not
anything
gonna
to
get
you?
arrested.
Maybe? I can't really say. You'll have to excuse me, Mr. Fordham. I've got quite a lot on my mind right now. If I can think of anything, I'll be sure to let you know.
Mr. Harris, what can you tell me about these?
What? How did you...
Listen, I'm trying to help you and your family. I can't do it if I don't get the entire truth.
Do you think we could discuss this somewhere more private?
I suppose we could.
Good. Let's move to the nursery then.
Do not tell my wife about this bed-in. Hold on. We have to tell his wife about the bed-in. Have I told you about these bed-in stubs that your
I have some
husband has?
questions for you if you're up to answering them, Mrs. Harris.
I'll try my best, Mr. Fordham.
I wonder, but we looked through the jackets and we didn't see
I
anything
found this
that would
bit
suggest
of torn
that.
fabric by the broken window. Do you know anything about it?
No, I've never seen it before. Do you think it was left by the kidnapper?
Perhaps. Did the initials SS mean anything to you?
No, I can't think of anyone or anything I know with those initials.
That's all for now, Mrs. Harris.
Very well.
Okay, so that gets that. Ooh, dead end. That would be interesting if it was the husband's jacket. But
Shall
I
we
don't see
continue our
any.
conversation, Mr. Harris?
I don't see any
Yes, of
torn
course.
fabric.
Now that your wife is out of earshot, tell me about the kidnapping. and what these betting stubs have to do with it.
Uh-oh.
Right. As I said before, it had already happened when I got home. I had just come from spending the evening at the meadows.
I see. I take it your wife isn't impressed by your hobby?
I promised her weeks ago that I would stop going, but I've had such a good streak lately. The last thing I wanted was to upset her further, yet it would be foolish of me to just give up on something so promising.
Oh, and something bad happened.
Can you think of anyone who might want to do you harm by taking your son?
Several, I'm afraid.
Go on.
I haven't exactly had the best of luck, Mr. Fordham. That's why this latest streak was so important to me. The truth is, I've gambled away most of my money. I've had to take out several loans so Miriam doesn't get suspicious.
Oh, jeez.
If she ever found out, it would be over. I can't lose her, Mr. Fordham. I just can't.
Where have I heard this before? You know, things
He's
would be
just
so
digging
much easier
himself.
If people just talked to each other.
I've tried doing business.
He's
abroad
just
before, but
digging
lately
himself a
I've had
better
to
hole.
Seek other resources.
What do you mean?
I was forced to visit a lending office. The owner was a rather shady Sambo, but I figured he'd be easier to deal with than the usual sheenies that run those type of places.
Can you believe this guy? Maybe we should just leave the kid be. He'd probably be better raised by wolves.
That'd make
was
for a
the owner?
cooler story.
Mr. LeFay. I didn't bother to get his first name. His business is an abattoir row in Chumley. Horrid place, but I was desperate.
You think this Mr. LeFay may have taken your son as collateral?
Let's just say there isn't much those type of people wouldn't do to put a crown in their pocket.
How goes the construction?
Oh, that might give us the location
There
of
have
the
been some
strike.
complications, but nothing we can't handle.
This kid was
Could you be
probably
a
at the
bit more
pawn
specific?
shop.
Well, I already told you about the trouble with protesters at
What
the
you
yard.
mean is that the
And
kid's
we're
probably
blocked
working
pending
at the
Royal
pawn
Maverick's
shop,
review
right?
of the safety regulations for the prototype etheric diffusion engines. Agitators and red tape aside, we should still be on schedule to have the Lenore finished and in the air by the end of the year. But really, Mr. Fordham, what the deuce does this have to do with finding Charles?
He has a point, you know.
Those are all the questions I had for now.
All right. If you don't mind, Mr. Fordham, I'm going back to the living room. I don't want Miriam getting suspicious.
Alright, so we're just gonna go to the pawn shop where we'll find the kid and then bring him home. Unless we get the option to raise the kid by wolves, in which case, that'll be much more interesting of a story. Okay, Harris Construction Yard, the Lendon office.
Well, someone certainly wasn't shy about making their opinion known.
And so we say to Harris and his cronies, no, we will not stand for this.
Yeah.
Pardon me, are you Arthur Devons by any chance?
Yes, who are you?
Miles Fordham, private investigator. Could I ask you a few questions?
Guess so, yeah.
He can work in the back when he's collecting some dust. Oh no.
You seem very dedicated to your cause.
I'll take that as a compliment, Mr. Fordham.
There's quite a lot of people who are against steam tech, aren't there?
Yes, the movement is gaining ground and growing rapidly, I'm pleased to say.
I've heard stories about some more extreme members. Do you know anything about that?
You mean the Red Axe? Sure, I've heard of them.
Considering
Met a few.
how
But
much
if you
that
think
we're
I'm
hearing
telling
about
you
how
anything
steam
else
tech
beyond that,
hurts a lot
you're
of
sorely
people,
mistaken.
Are you a member of the Redites?
it seems like
No,
these protests
I
are becoming
prefer
more
peaceful
common.
methods of making my voice heard. Now, if you don't mind, I think we should drop the subject.
Why are you out here protesting?
Because what Harris Construction is doing ain't right. I lost my wife in the Lygia crash, and I'm not the only one, neither. Hundreds of people were affected by that disaster, and now these bastards are making another airship. It's like a slap in the face to everyone who died. I just can't understand it.
What do you hope to accomplish by protesting?
Simple. We want construction of the Lenore stopped, and a full investigation into the Lygia disaster.
Wait, there
Not
wasn't
only
an
that, we want
investigation?
compensation for our losses. Royal Maverick
no.
took care of all the families of those on board, but the families of the ones in the park didn't get a single copper. It just isn't fair. We aim to make things right. After that, it'll just be a matter of time before people realize that there's no future in steam tech.
Yeah, there's definitely,
They'll call the
seems
whole
like there's some
thing
justification for this protest.
The innocence of the downtrodden. I wish I could be as naive as them. It would have made my life a lot easier.
I know, definitely. I mean, considering all the
must have loved your
stuff
wife
of
very
this
much.
era,
Are you joking? I loved her more than there are stars in the sky.
Particularly with business
She was my
and
whole world, Mr.
all the
Fordham,
corners cut.
The light of my life. It's been nothing but cold.
It's not too
and dark
surprising to
since
see
she was
something
killed.
similar at this
You're
time.
married, aren't you, Mr. Fordham? I see a ring on your finger.
I am, yes.
Then take my advice. Appreciate every moment you have with her. You never know when she'll be
It's
ripped
possible,
out of
Time.
your life, leaving you with nothing.
You know, this fellow was actually pretty wise.
This is where he says something
Misjudged
dumb.
him.
Aw, jeez.
Do you recognize this button?
Can't say I do, but it looks handmade. I wonder how long it will be before the poor soul who crafted that button gets booted into the street and replaced with some steam-belching contraption.
Does this piece of fabric look familiar to you?
Looks like it came from some fancy jacket, the type you'd expect to see on the snobs in Leon. I could never afford clothes like that in a million years.
Do you recognize this letter, Mr. Devons?
How'd you get that? That wasn't meant for you.
I found
I
it at
figured the
home of
sensitive
Mr.
topic was the
Malcolm
best one to
Harris.
leave for last.
He tells me you've been sending quite a few of these to his father.
Me and everyone else would had someone killed by that devil
I'm
machine.
telling you, we could have
I'm
like
not
some
the
Princess
only one, you
Mononoke
know.
thing.
Perhaps not.
It'd
But
be
he told
really
me you were the
cool.
most persistent.
And maybe the wolves are leading the anti-steam tech thing. That'll be even better.
Mr. Harris told me you send a bag of chicken bones and dust along with your letters. Why is that?
Chicken bones? Dust? Nah, that's not right. I've only sent letters.
Are you certain of that?
Yes, as sure as I'm standing here.
Right. And I'm the queen. I get the feeling this guy will crack if we figure out what the significance of his little gift is.
Ooh, maybe it was like a curse or something.
Do
Take
you
this
know
to the
anything
next
about the
level.
kidnapping of Charles Harris?
He cursed the
Who's
father
that?
so that he'll start gambling
Mike
again
Harris's
and go into
grandson.
huge debt.
I didn't even know we had a grandson. I can't believe someone with a grandkid, a family, would want more flying death
I
in
know.
the air. How many more people have to die
It would be
before
so
someone
great.
realizes that steam machines are evil?
And Charles can
People will
lead
kill
the
their
anti-tech
own
thing.
mams for a crown these days.
What have you got against the Harris family?
Family? Don't know nothing about the family. The only one I got a problem with is Clyde Harris, the one who owns this yard. He's just like all those other rich bastards with their heads in the clouds.
Yeah, it was pretty
The
certain
man
that this
don't
one was
care
going to be
about
kind
the
of more of a dead
He
end.
just wants to make as much money as he can. I'm just trying to make him realize how wrong he is.
Good day to you, Mr. Devons.
You too, Mr. Fordham.
Don't these people have jobs they need to go to?
Two men.
But the way this gate is set up, I think trespassers should get an award for being able to breach the fortress. Elect Hart Leroy, the man of the people. I think that's preaching to the choir around here.
Okay, so those folks... It looks like the yard is not something we can actually get to yet. If at all. But we should be able to come here for the lending office.
Hello, sir. Welcome to LaFay Lenders. I'm the owner, Chester LaFay. Are you looking to take out a loan?
Not today, I'm afraid. I'm Miles Fordham, a private investigator.
Look, I don't know what you've heard, but I run a clean business here. I don't need any trouble.
And I'm not here to cause any, for the moment.
Just keep your nose where it belongs, and we should get along fine.
Before we say something, we put our foot in our mouths. Be like, well, did you do any kidnappings and all that?
Mr. LaFay, I'd like to ask you some questions.
Fine, but keep it brief.
I'm on my lunch break.
Tell me what you know about Malcolm Harris.
Ah, Mr. Harris. Took out a loan about a month ago. Still hasn't paid me back. In fact, he sent along a letter yesterday, saying he was having an emergency and needed more time. I probably should have refused to do business with him. As soon as he walked through the door, I could tell his type.
What type is that?
Upper class, bored with his life, trying to escape and doing it through vice. In his case, gambling.
Yeah, Mr. Harris is about to
Guy is
have
good.
an emergency
Maybe
by
you
having his
can
legs
pursue
broken.
money lending if the whole private investigator thing doesn't work out.
But for some reason, I pitied him, and decided to give him the loan anyway. Compassion isn't exactly an asset in this business, you see.
Nothing to worry about in your case, then.
Aside from that, I don't know anything about him. I prefer to keep how much I know about my clients to a minimum. Makes things easier for me.
Tell me a bit about yourself and your business, Mr. LaFay.
Yeah.
to tell. I let
In the
them
back
run.
with the nanny.
Pay me
Oh
back.
no. Hey,
Surely
welcome,
it's
Landon.
not that simple.
Well, of course I charge interest. Otherwise, I'd never make a profit. I know people don't look upon the service I provide very favorably, but without my help, there would be a lot more unhappiness in the world.
How did you go about starting up this business?
I didn't. My former employer, Mr. Roth, left it to me when he passed.
That was rather good of him.
Yes, well, he didn't have any heirs, and he considered me to be the son he never had. He was fond of my family, too. I try and keep my work
200% interest? Oh no.
There's a lot of things in this line of work that my wife and daughter are better off not knowing about.
Take a look at this piece of fabric. Does it look familiar to you?
Sure, it looks like it came from a jacket. In fact, yes, it's the same fabric as the jacket I'm wearing.
Uh-oh.
Would you mind if I took a look at your jacket?
Sure, not a problem. Here.
He's had this fixed. Just have him constantly turn it back and forth just to mess with them. Okay, so he's not the one.
No tears in mine, huh?
Not a one. You clearly take good care of your clothing.
He could be
I don't
framed.
mean to discourage you, Mr. Fordham, but I've seen a lot of people with this style of jacket. Hell, even Malcolm has one. I remember he was wearing it when he came in here.
I see. Thank you for the information, Mr. LeFay.
Interesting. Wait, there's still more to talk about.
I've got some more questions, Mr. LeFay.
Go ahead, then.
Exactly how much did Mr. Harris borrow from you?
Is that relevant to your investigation?
It would help to have an idea of exactly how much he owes you, yes.
I don't feel comfortable telling you the exact amount, but I will say it was over 500 crowns.
A considerable sum.
Like I said, I probably shouldn't have done it, but I'll get the money back one way or another.
Maybe with interest in broken legs.
What's your policy regarding people who don't pay their loans back?
There are a few options. For the first 3 months or so, I'll send them a letter reminding them. After that, I start to threaten them with legal action. You wouldn't believe some of the things people do to avoid paying back their loans. One client went so far as to fake his own death.
Do you ever employ any more unusual methods?
If you're implying that I do anything illegal, Mr. Fordham, you're mistaken. Look, I have a family to consider. I'm not about to go get my hands dirty when there's plenty of legitimate ways.
It could be
to
his
handle
gambling
the
jacket.
situation.
Oh, that would be great. We just have to
Are you
prove
aware
that the
Malcolm's
father was the
son
one who sold
Charles
his kid
was
to
kidnapped
wolves.
last night?
I had no idea he even had a son. As I said, I don't ask my clients too many
Like, it would be
personal
great.
questions.
We have it that the father decided
you've
that
told
as
me,
part of the
I
gambling
suppose that would
debts,
explain the
he gambled with
emergency mentioned
wolves
in his letter.
and then bet his
Poor
kid
guy.
I think
after
that's all
drugging
for
the
now.
nanny, and then he lost the kid to a bunch of wolves.
I shudder to think how many people's financial freedoms are locked away in that cabinet. That's the latest model Computron. They don't come cheap. LeFay must be doing pretty well for himself. A crew escaping a shipwreck on a violent sea. Not the most comforting painting to look at while waiting for a loan.
Imagine this as your financial future once you take out this loan.
LeFay with a woman and a small girl. I wouldn't have taken him for a family man. He actually has a degree in business from the University of New Britannia? What a waste. Must be soothing for LeFay to be able to look at this landscape while he sits at his desk.
All the while, people look at the wrecked ship and everything. The people like grasping onto the little wreckage to clutching for safety.
Do you suppose LeFay turns the heat up to put some pressure on his clients?
I will go with yes.
I don't think he's going to be of much help right now.
Okay, so we are definitely missing something. I wonder if there was something else that we needed to talk to Mrs. Davis about.
Hello again, Mr. Fordham. Did you hear? The Harrises got a note from
Oh.
the kidnapper.
I didn't hear. When was this?
Oh, not long ago. Within the hour. You should go see them about it.
Thank you, Mrs. Davis. I shall.
That's
I have some questions for
that's
you,
definitely
Mrs.
an
Davis.
update.
All right.
That's very true, Kiyozuki.
I couldn't help but notice that Chester.
Tell me about your dolls.
Oh, that. Oh, I know it must look a bit strange, but I pick up old and broken dolls so they can be repaired and donated to orphanages.
Likely story.
It's my way of giving back to the community and helping poor children who have nothing to play with.
Well, what a kind soul. I wish you would find less creepy ways to express your altruism.
Sometimes the doll's eyes fall out. I just put, like, glass beads in there
It's a lovely
instead.
portrait. Who is it of?
That is my late husband, Jonathan. He used to attend meetings of the Spectre Society with me, bless him. I tried to get him to be more in tune with the other side, but I think he was just humoring me.
We can add, maybe have
Such a
Jonathan
good
as our
man.
sponsor.
Everyone at the society cared for him very much.
There we go.
Thank you for your time, Mrs. Davis.
We've got an
Oh,
inn.
you're very welcome.
Move over, Bill. Jonathan's our new ghost
I'll
partner.
be going now, Mrs. Davis.
May the spirits guide your path.
We found our inn. After this, we'll be able to go to the Spectre Society.
Oh, Mr. Fordham. Oh, thank God you're back.
What's going on?
Our butler just brought this in.
Yeah.
He found it stuck to the gate outside.
Harris family, we have your son. If you ever want to see him again, you must stop building the new airship. We are not joking. That would kind of imply that Arthur Devens is involved in it.
I have some questions for you, Mr. Harris.
Yes, of course.
What is your opinion of this ransom note?
It's obvious who sent it, Mr. Fordham. Why are you wasting your time here? Go arrest Mr. Devens!
Those are all the questions I had for now.
All right.
Yeah, I don't think it was Devens, even though the letter matches up with the
I have
threatening
some
letters.
questions for you if you're up to answering them, Mrs. Harris.
Your Susan right in?
Mr. Fordham.
Oh no. What do you think of the ransom note?
Did you read the ransom note?
No, Malcolm wouldn't let me. He said I was already...
And talk to Arthur. And then from there, that might give us some more stuff to pursue. Because I'm pretty sure he's not responsible.
Mr. Devens?
Yes?
Did you write this ransom letter?
Devens, can you tell me about this note?
I've never seen that before in my life.
Are you sure about that?
Absolutely. It's as I told you. I had nothing to do with that boy's kidnapping. I didn't even know he existed until you told me. Remember?
Yeah. And that note conveniently showed up right after you had that conversation.
Of course.
Let him stew in his own lies. His unique way of spelling is all the evidence we need to tie him to the note.
Very well, Mr. Devens. Forget I asked. Good day to you, Mr. Devens.
You too, Mr. Fordham.
It's possible that he did write the note, but he doesn't actually have the kid. I'm pretty sure the wolves have the kid. That's very true, Kiyozuki. But even so.
Oh, hello again. How may I help you?
I'm rolling back with my sponsor. It's Jono, my best
I'd like
friend
to
from
name a
the
new
afterlife.
Yes, of course. Who is your new sponsor?
Jonathan Davis is my sponsor.
You knew Jonathan? He was such a kind man. Yes, I can feel his presence, and it speaks positively of you.
Please, come in, Mr. I didn't catch your name.
It's Miles Fordham.
And I am Angela Maxwell, the founder of the Spectre Society. Welcome.
Nice, we've joined a secret society.
May I offer you some refreshments? Some water or tea, perhaps?
You're very kind, but I'm afraid I must decline right now.
Well, please let me know if you change your
That's
mind.
how you get
Would
drugged.
you look at this place? It's like a candy store for psychics.
Nice. We've even got the creepy children here.
Those are some creepy twin girls. I can see a passing resemblance to Miss Maxwell, actually.
I know. Jonathan is our BFF.
There's quite a few members in this group.
Okay, Angela Maxwell. Let's see. The meeting was wonderful. Cynthia, 5 out of 5 stars. Anyone interested in used spirit board, please let Thomas know. Thank you. Linda, looking forward to having you over at the manor next week. Come around 8 p.m. and you can meet Charlie. Henrietta Davis. Oh, then there's probably Linda Davis. But then that means Linda Walker. Please ask the spirits to cure my son's illness, Sophia. Now that is very interesting with the guest book, because that means then there was someone else to come by and see Charlie.
I think I've seen one of these before. What does it do?
Oh, you have a great night,
spirit
Apollo.
board. We use it to contact
Thanks for
spirits,
stopping
and they
by.
in turn spell out a message with the letters on the board.
Well, I've got a message from Miss Maxwell if she ever tries to use a spirit board around me.
What is it, go to hell, Bill?
Ooh, spooky. That ghost between the two people almost manages to look convincing. That's probably the storage case for the spirit board. The plaque says Leonora Pattinson, seer. She looks like someone I would not want to fool around with.
Ooh, can we, take the candlesticks, set this place on fire? Ooh, members are free to borrow books as long as you check with me first, Angela. Okay, Secrets of Astral Projection, Psychosis, The Art of the Seance, Terrors of the Deep, The Giant Squid, Voodoo in New Britannia, Medium's Gateway to the Spirit Realm, What Lies Beyond the Veil, Mysteries of Spontaneous Combustion. Oh, that actually looks pretty interesting. Secrets of the Tarot, Spirits in the Ether. Okay. Oh, that is too much for me to read at any point. Okay. Highly controversial subject. Death from a fire originating without any apparent source of external ignition. The start from within the body of the victim. Let's see. Including the following characteristics. The victims are chronic alcoholics. They're usually elderly females. The hands and feet usually fall off. The fire has caused very little damage to things around the body. Residue of greasy and fetid ashes is left behind. So always watch out for them old lady grandma alcoholics. They're going to spontaneously combust. Okay, What Lies Beyond the Veil? At least that one had picture books and lists. Arson requires the DLC? Oh no! Ooh. Illustration of a medium channeling his spirit. She looks a little bit annoyed because she's just a face. Common green pouch.
Chicken bones and dust for bad luck in business, huh? That sounds awful
That gave us
familiar.
chicken bones and dust. The voodoo. Oh, there it is. Let's see. Bring someone bad luck in business. This contains chicken bones and graveyard dust. So he knew more about it than he let on because it was a voodoo thing. Terrors of the Deep. Art of the Seance. Oh man, at least he's petting a cat as a ghost. Hey, welcome, Iceberg. That man looks like he finally woke up to a white Christmas. I don't know. Maybe he was just like, he's tired of being haunted by 3 ghosts, that he's decided to just haunt people as a ghost. Okay, astral projection. Okay, what else? Tarot cards. Ooh, the crystal ball. Strange device.
What a fascinating device. Exactly what does it do?
That is an etherometer. It's designed to pick up vibrations from the ether and translate messages from
The question is
spirits.
which ghost wolves
A
are,
great man once said to me, Bill, you aren't going to get very far in life just staring at balls. He's dead now. But then again, so am I.
Oh, Bill
I never
knows
much cared for all
exactly.
that mystic stuff. Why should your life be dictated by a bunch of cards?
Could I ask you about some things, Miss Maxwell?
Certainly, darling.
Oh, she's got some a nice little headband there.
What made you decide to start up this club?
I began communing with the spirits at a very early age. My twin sister, Rachel, died after falling into an icy pond.
Oh, that might be with the
Years
portrait
old.
with the creepy
I'm very
twins.
sorry, Miss Maxwell.
Oh, I appreciate your sympathy, darling, but don't feel too bad. Rachel began speaking to me shortly after that. She has served as my spirit guide ever since.
Spirit guide? You mean you still speak with her?
Oh, yes. Every day. In fact, I was just speaking with her before you arrived. As I grew older, I realized there were others in the world who were also able to communicate with spirits, and those who had an interest in what lies beyond the ether. And so, once I moved to New Britannia, I decided to start up this club so we could gather and share our experiences.
Do you suppose she can hear what I'm saying? Hey, Angela, try a bit less eyeshadow, would you? You look like a purple raccoon. Nothing. Clearly a fraud. Ah, well.
Unless it is that Bill is just all in our head and not actually a ghost. Which I think is a distinct possibility.
I was wondering,
Yes?
when you communicate with the spirits, are you able to stop?
If I wish them to leave me, yes. I bid them farewell, and they usually depart back into the ether.
What about the more persistent ones?
You do remember I'm right here, don't you?
Well, just between you and me. Those spirits are best dealt with by having the other kind of spirits. Quiets them right down.
I prefer soporific myself.
Oh? You hear the voices of the spirits as well, Mr. Fordham. But of course, now the reason for your visit to the Spectre Society is obvious. Do you see? All our paths eventually become clear. I'm glad yours has brought you here.
Oh, wonderful. Now she started rhyming. Don't get any funny ideas about telling her about me. She may be a lunatic, but that's no reason to expose yourself as one too.
Too late. Tell about Bill. We'll do that last.
I spoke with Henrietta Davis, and she mentioned one of your other members, Linda Walker. Can you tell me anything about her?
Ah, Linda. Poor dear. Of all our members, she is the one I feel for the most.
Why is that?
She's had a tragic life, but I believe the Spectre Society has
Did she,
helped her
like,
greatly.
lose a child or
Not
something?
only has she made a good friend in Henrietta, she's also dealt with her grief in a
Yeah, we're gonna
positive
do
way.
it.
She has devoured my collection of books, educated herself on many subjects. I would say she's become an expert on clairvoyance and metempsychosis. It's always nice to know that the club can help those who have suffered.
Do you see her often?
Yes, she comes by about once or twice a week.
Interesting.
What's this tragic story about Linda?
Did she lose a child?
Oh dear. I probably shouldn't say.
What, are you afraid the spirits are gonna tell on you?
Miss Maxwell, I'm going to be frank. I'm investigating a kidnapping, and Mrs. Walker is a person of interest. I need to know as much about her as possible to help me solve this case. Do I make myself clear?
Well, if it will help, Linda was married to a man named Thomas.
Oh,
Together,
no.
They had a son named Alexander. Thomas revealed himself to be a terribly cruel man. When he gave himself over to the drink, he would fly into rages and beat both Linda and the boy.
Did they happen to have a hotel?
One day, she came home to find both her
Oh
son
no!
and husband dead.
We were right.
God, what happened?
The police ruled it a murder-suicide. Poisoning,
Oh
apparently.
no!
Linda has been trying to make contact with Alexander's spirit for the past year or so.
I wonder if
Has
that's...
had no luck.
Then that would be...
It really is a terrible tragedy.
That would be pretty likely then that she would be a suspect, because having lost a son, maybe in grief she's wanting to try and get a replacement child.
Do you know Linda Walker's address?
I'm afraid not, darling. Linda has always been somewhat private, and that's not something I consider to be crucial information.
Do you know any way I can find her?
You could always come back for our next meeting. It will be the first Thursday of next month.
By then, we'll have completely lost track of Charles. There has to be another way of finding Linda.
I'm sorry, what was it you said? Madame what?
Metempsychosis, darling. It's a philosophical term which comes from ancient Greece. It refers to the transmigration of the soul after death.
Is that anything like reincarnation?
Essentially, yes. There's a book on the subject over in the bookcase, which can tell you far
I know,
more
we
than
skimmed
I
through it,
possibly
Angela.
could.
What can you tell me about Linda and Henrietta's friendship?
It's so lovely to see them together at the meetings. They're practically inseparable. It's
What
quite sad.
if Linda
They often
Walker's a
leave messages
werewolf?
for each other
Then that
in
would
bed.
still tie in into our
When
Princess
Linda found out
Mononoke
that Henrietta was
possibility.
taking care of an infant, she
Even though there's no
even gave
werewolves
her
in
a
that
toy
movie.
bear for the child. I remember Linda lighting up with excitement when she asked about him.
This is not
She
helping
really
her
loves
case.
children. It's such a terrible shame about... But please, let's discuss something more pleasant, shall we, darling?
What can you tell me about the Spectre Society?
Ah, where to begin? I formed this club 2 years ago, right after I moved to New Britannia. During our meetings, we discuss our experiences with paranormal phenomena and organize investigations.
So far,
sort
it
of
looks like Linda's the
investigations?
most
We
likely
look into
suspect.
places all around the city which have been reported as haunted. New Britannia is teeming with the spirits of those killed during the French and British takeovers of the city. Not only that, but there is a prevalence of mystic religious practices here in Gascon, brought over by immigrants from the Antilles.
Fascinating.
There are plenty of books on the subject over there in the bookcase, if you're interested in learning more.
That would be interesting. That would be quite a twist.
Do you know anything about the kidnapping of Charles Harris?
I'm afraid I haven't heard anything about any kidnappings, darling. If you wish, I can commune with the spirits and see if I can help locate your missing person.
That won't be necessary, Miss Maxwell, though I appreciate the offer.
Alright, let's tell her about Bill.
I don't hear the voices of all spirits, just one.
Miles, what are you doing?
Ah, you have a spirit guide. Please, tell me more, darling.
I wouldn't call him a spirit guide so much as a spirit nag.
This is a very, very bad idea.
Too
Do
late,
you know
Bill.
who this spirit is?
Yes, it's my former detective partner, Bill. He died on our last case together, because of me.
What happened?
He was on a roof, being held at knife point by a burglar. Bill wanted me to shoot, but they were too close. I couldn't risk it. There was a struggle. Bill lost his footing and fell to his death.
Oh my, you poor darling. Is he angry with you?
He is
Oh,
now.
he is now. He doesn't think it's a good idea to tell others about him. But normally, he's the same as he was in life. He just wants me to find the man responsible for his death. I've told him I'm really the one responsible, but he insists it's the burglar.
I see. This is quite the unfortunate situation. My advice to you is this. Spirits often know best. You do well to listen to him about keeping his presence to yourself. Not everyone is as open-minded as we members of the Spectre Society.
Huh. Maybe I misjudged her.
I know. It's been hardest keeping this from my wife, but I can't drive her away. She's all I've really got left.
Your story has touched me, Mr. Fordham. I will do everything I can to help
Aw.
you and your spirit guide find peace.
It looks
If
like
I find anything out which might help you, I will contact you personally.
Thank you, Miss Maxwell.
it looks
I
like it
appreciate
works out.
Well, that could have turned out much worse. I'm warning you, Miles. Tell anyone else about me, and I won't be so forgiving.
Oh
Thank you for
yeah.
the information. It was very enlightening.
Let's bring
was
it
my
on, Bill.
pleasure, darling.
Okay. Okay. Venom psychosis. Let's see. Reincarnation of the soul in another human or animal. We just need to quickly see if there's anything particularly important. For example, eye color or an affinity towards a particular person or item. Usually preserved throughout reincarnations. Oh! Did they mention something about eye color with Charles? Because that would have probably... That might be something that she could see it as a reincarnation of her son, Alexander. Let's see. Okay, a white horse took up residence at the surviving family's estate. The estate caught fire and the horse and rider ran into the flames, killed both. Come to seek revenge on the killer. Now that is interesting. That definitely... Bill's not angry.
I'll be going now.
Bill's
May the
furious.
spirits guide you to that which you seek.
That also could work. I'm very curious now, because I'm getting the feeling that it is something to do with that. However, I first want to follow up on the voodoo aspect with Arthur Devens.
Mr. Devens?
Yes?
Do you practice voodoo, Mr. Devens?
What?
The chicken bones and dust you send along with your letters. It's a voodoo spell meant to cause bad luck in business. Quite a convenient solution, wouldn't you say?
I don't know what you're on about.
Come now, Mr. Devens. I'd appreciate it if you didn't think I was stupid.
Yeah.
All right, fine. I went to go see one of them magic women in Gascon. She told me about the spell and what I needed to do.
I'm not
believe
sure.
in the stuff, but I thought maybe if I used it, I could scare
Because,
Harris enough
okay,
to
you
get
have
him
great
to
night,
stop
Zero
making
Boss
the
Fights.
new
Thanks for stopping by.
Well, I don't mean to be one to put a damper on your amateur witchcraft, but it doesn't seem to be doing you much good.
No, his grandson got kidnapped. That's not something I'd call lucky.
Good day to you, Mr. Devens.
You too, Mr. Fordham.
This Arthur Devens Joker is bad news. Not only is he making threats to the Harris family, he also has the nerve to send a ransom note. We have enough evidence to pin the crime on him, I think. The police can deal with the headache of actually finding the baby.
I think that would be taking the easy way out. Let's see. Should definitely talk with Mrs. Davis a little more.
Hello again, Mr. Fordham.
Ask about Linda. But no, I
have some questions
don't
for you,
think
Mrs.
that
Davis.
All right.
Linda's family was killed by the airship accident. But it looks like that the father was like super abusive and killed themselves with poisoning. I know, he's too easy to accuse. He's like very obvious.
Mrs. Davis, have you ever had Linda visit you at the Harris Manor?
Oh, no, of course not.
Then would you care to explain your note to her in the Spectre Society guest book?
Please, Mr. Fordham, I didn't mean to lie to you. It's just that it gets so lonely by
This makes
myself
it much,
in the
much more
house
likely
at
it's Linda.
night. So every now and then, I invite Linda to come over for tea and some company.
I see. And when was the last time this happened?
2 nights ago? Please don't tell
That
Mr.
is a
and Mrs.
possibility.
Harris, Mr. Fordham. If they found out what I was doing, they'd have me dismissed without a reference.
I won't, but I'd very much like to speak with Mrs. Walker. Do you have any idea where I can find her?
All I know is that she works as a seamstress at a shop in Lyon, but I don't know.
Oh, that could
I'm
match up with
sorry,
the
I can't be of any more help
the
than
torn
that.
fabric.
Thank you for your time, Mrs. Davis.
Oh, you're very welcome.
Maybe she works at the shop where the torn fabric was. Okay. This is this emblem sewn on with the initials SS, which could be Spectre Society, as you point out, Time. But it's a common jacket, which would be pretty likely to have been worked on at a place
I'll
that
be
would
going
work
now,
with
Mrs. Davis.
a tailor and
May the
seamstress kind of
spirits
thing.
guide your
So now, I provide us with some new information. Nice. We can make progress.
I'll let you know if I have any more questions.
Okay. I don't know if I can do any more questions with her.
Sit tight, Mrs. Harris. I may have...
Oh, I guess not. Okay, so then the Harris residence is kind of... Unless there's something more to check in this area.
There's a handwritten note among the clothes.
Oh, how did I miss that? Miriam, baby, I have to see you tonight. It's been far too long. Oh, no.
Nothing else of note, and
Oh, well, at least we got...
Apparently one of them does have a mistress.
Yeah, it seems like this is where Miss... More or less... Paperwork and receipts. One thing is for...
Oh. We could... There it
About
is.
that.
it matches the piece of torn fabric perfectly.
So, this means...
It could mean many things. The only thing that's certain is that a piece of this jacket ended up on the floor of the nursery.
Seems like something worth asking Mr. Harris about.
Oh, interesting. There's the action. There's the jacket. We need to ask the wife about her.
I I have some
about her
questions for you if you're up to
entrance,
answering them, Mrs. Harris.
about her activities.
I'll try my best, Mr. Fordham.
I wonder if she's gonna slap me and be like, "You monster!"
I found this note in your bedroom. What can you tell me about it?
I've never seen that note before in my life.
Are you absolutely sure?
Mr. Fordham, you mentioned you valued discretion. I ask you to please exercise some now.
Would it be possible to speak about this in private? In another room, perhaps?
Out of the question, Mr. Fordham. I shall not leave this sitting room in the company of another man if my husband is not present.
Yes, I understand. Let's put the subject on hold for now.
What a life these rich people lead. All the money in the world and they're trapped like rats.
That's all for now, Mrs. Harris.
They definitely have some rich people vices. No wonder they're in
I have
crippling
some
debt.
questions for you, Mr. Harris.
Yes, of course.
Her innocence is as fake as her hair. Is this gonna be one of those things like we open like the balcony windows and the wind just blows her? It's like a wig and it just blows right
Mr.
off.
Harris, do you recall the torn piece of fabric I found in the nursery?
Yes, what about it?
As it turns out, one of the jackets in your wardrobe has a tear exactly the same size and shape as this one. Would you care to tell me how that happened?
That can't be.
I'm afraid it is. So explain it.
I have no explanation. The truth is, I haven't worn that jacket in weeks. I've no idea how it was torn.
Are you suggesting someone else took your jacket and wore it when the child was taken?
I don't know. Perhaps someone is trying to make it look as though I... But that's absurd. Why would I kidnap my own son?
Well, the
Why
gambling
indeed, Mr.
debts.
Harris?
You really think he kidnapped his own son, Miles?
That's
Seems
much more
He
likely.
was set up. But he also doesn't strike me as a terribly good parent. Maybe it would serve him right to be blamed for this. We've done our part. The police can handle the search for the missing baby.
Bill, quit trying to give up.
Those are all the
I
questions
want to
have
find
for
the
now.
actual baby
Alright.
napper. Okay. Although, admittedly, it would be interesting to see what happens if you blame... Oh, the hair animation is also DLC? Okay, you have a great night, Iceberg. Hey, welcome, Godfather Puppy. I know, the gambling debts is definitely a good way, a motive, but I get the feeling that he's not responsible either. It seems Linda's the most likely person. I wonder if we missed something with
I
him.
don't think he's going to be of much help right now.
Because we only got stuff that pinned things on the father, but I don't think that it's him. Like, it feels like that's just taking the easy way out here. Wonder if there's other...
Honey, I'm home. You know, I've always wanted to say that.
It's good to have you back.
Maybe there's some new things we can say to Adelaide in this chapter.
Addie?
What do you need, dear?
Ooh, and compliment her.
I'd forgotten how good you are at écarté. You absolutely destroyed me the other night.
As I recall, you used to hold your own pretty well.
We should have another match soon. That way I can hone my skills.
Yes, we should. As long as you can concentrate, I'm sure you'll get as good as you used to be.
You weren't kidding about business picking up. You're averaging what, about 3 appointments per day?
More like 5. I told you, debutante ball season's busy.
Doesn't it get tiresome?
Not really. You'd be surprised at the sort of gossip I hear from my clients. I don't know what it is, but they just open up to me and tell me all kinds of personal things. You sure you don't want me to give you a trim?
I'm fine for now, dear. Thank you.
We'd have to update my character portrait sprite.
How are things going with you?
I'm a bit worried about some rumors I've been hearing.
Oh?
They're saying it won't be long before automated hairdressing devices are available to the public. Once that happens, it's going to be tough for me to keep getting jobs.
Automated hairdressing devices? How would those even work? Do they read your mind?
It could be
Doubtful.
time.
More than
But I
likely
just
they'll
don't
have
think
some
that it
kind
would
of
be that
settings
way.
or just give everyone the
I just
same
get the
type of
feeling that it's
hairstyle.
probably Linda.
I wouldn't worry too much, Addie. You're the best hairdresser in town. I doubt people will place their trust in some contraption over you.
You underestimate my clientele, Miles. They're mostly all rich socialites whose hobbies are buying the most expensive and modern things just to outdo their peers. They'll be sending their servants to line up for days before the things are released.
Perhaps, but they'll come running back to you once the machines stop working. You'll see.
I certainly hope so.
And once the tragic accidents with the machines happen.
can't believe the nerve of that narrow-minded old cow.
Who, Mrs. Delacroix? She's actually one of my nicest clients.
I don't know how you can tolerate her. If I were you, I'd strike her off my list.
If I did that for every one of my clients who thought the same as her, I'd be out of a job. That's just the way it is.
Maybe
I don't know,
so,
because
but it
there
doesn't
was
make it any
much
less
more.
infuriating.
It's only because we went to the
Have you
Spectre
ever heard of a
Society
group
that we
called
found
the
it.
Spectre Society?
I think I had a client once who mentioned it. There's some kind of spiritualist group, right?
So it would seem.
I don't really know anything else about them, sorry.
I'll let you get back to your book.
Well, at least we get to have a nice conversation.
Enjoy your reading. I'll be back soon.
Goodbye, dear.
I wonder if
Love you.
Upton has
Love
any
you
kind
too.
of stuff. Because we're not ready to wrap up the case, but I get the sneaking suspicion that, much like last time, maybe Upton has a few things that points us in the direction of the cloth. Because I still have no idea who the SS is. Oh goodness.
Can we talk?
Go on, I'm listening.
How's work going?
Hectic as usual. Crime in this city seems to be getting worse and worse every day.
I suppose that's the price of progress.
God help us if they ever actually discover that ethericity stuff then. Things between you and Adelaide getting any better?
I'm really not sure. They haven't gotten worse, but things haven't been the same between us since Bill died.
Oh, there you are,
Well,
Kitty.
you need to figure things out, or everything is just going to explode in your face one of these days.
Thanks for the vote of confidence, Upton.
I'm merely speaking from experience. If I'd seen the warning signs with Harold sooner, it would have saved me quite the headache. At least your marriage seems like it's still worth saving.
Artemis.
What's the other case you mentioned? The one you said was a higher priority.
Well, it seems we might have a mass murderer on our hands.
You don't
There we
say.
go.
That's right. I didn't say because I shouldn't say. But so far, we've had 3 murders with a very similar MO in the past 2 months. Snelling is trying his hardest to keep it under wraps since the newspapers already caught wind of the first 2.
I don't envy the department there. I'm happy to stick with the missing persons and domestic disputes.
Okay, let's see if a review
Can we
case.
go over my current case?
Of course. What have you got?
Okay. The torn fabric.
Found this torn piece of fabric at the crime scene.
I wonder if
Got
Upton can
an
point
emblem
us in the
with some
right
initials on
direction.
it.
I recognize that emblem.
Aha!
It's from Solomon Stitching, a little tailor shop in Lyon.
Oh, a
My
tailor shop in
ex-husband
Lyon.
had several jackets from there.
Sorry to dredge up old memories, but do you remember where they're located?
I believe it's on the corner of
There we
Melville
go.
Street
That might
and
be the shop
Surratt
that Linda
Avenue.
Walker works at.
Fantastic. You're helpful as always, Upton.
Dang Faggled Upton. You are like my savior in this one.
I found this button at the crime scene. The child's nanny identified it as the eye of
I'm
his
in a more
stuffed bear.
comfortable position now.
Did you find the bear at the scene?
No, the kidnapper must have taken it as well.
Interesting.
There we go.
Either the
That's
kidnapper
our
is very
lead.
compassionate, or it's someone who knew the child. I spoke with Henrietta Davis, the Harris family nanny.
A sensible place to start. What did she have to say?
She claims to have been unconscious when the kidnapping took place.
She must be an extremely heavy sleeper.
I don't believe so. The way she described it made it sound like she was drugged.
Interesting. Definitely worth looking into, I'd say.
Have you ever heard of the Spectre Society?
I think so. They're some sort of ghost hunting club, aren't they?
A spiritualist group, yes.
Don't tell me this case has taken a turn for the supernatural.
We can't arrest
Not exactly.
ghosts, Miles.
Just come up as a potential lead. Are you familiar with the term metempsychosis?
No, what is it?
Apparently some mystics and philosophers maintain that it's a process whereby human and animal souls are transferred to new bodies upon death.
Fascinating. Some people have such queer ideas. What's that got to do with the kidnapping, though?
I'm not exactly sure yet.
Sometimes I'm jealous of all the odd things you detectives get to look into.
That's enough about the case for now.
Okay.
Okay.
That's it, I think.
So we need to go to the
Then
tailor
you
shop.
better get back to it.
That way we can hopefully find out where this Linda Walker is. The spectral shackles? No. We can't have spectral shackles.
Good day to you, sir. Welcome to Solomon Stitching. I'm Jonah Solomon. Please let me know if I can help you with anything.
That coat is so dull. I always prefer the ones with a bit more color. The design of that coat looks awfully familiar.
What if
Quite the
it
selection,
was
but I
torn?
doubt the typical clientele of this place buys off the rack. My grandmother had one like that. I think it was meant to be relaxing, but it always felt like my time was running out. Now that it has, well, it actually is relaxing. Go figure. Isaac Samuels, the prime minister who freed the slaves. They say even his enemies wept on the day he died. I sure hope I get to meet him someday. This guy has been in business forever.
Nice.
Impressive collection of pattern books. I wish I'd known about this guy when I was alive. I'd have asked him to make me a suit for my funeral. Judging from the position and the lock, this is likely where Mr. Solomon keeps his money.
Ooh.
That cloth will be a garment soon. A vest, by the looks of it. Or maybe I'm completely wrong, and it's a treasure map.
Ooh, treasure tailor map. It's gonna be even better.
Mr. Solomon?
Yes, sir. How may I be of service? Oh, let me guess. You're looking to replace that old coat. It looks like it's got quite a few stories it could tell me.
You should listen to the man, Miles. He clearly knows what he's talking about.
Not today, I'm afraid. There's still a few more stories it has left to tell. Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you a few questions.
Questions? Very well, but if they aren't about tailoring, I don't know how much help I'll be.
How did you get into this business, Mr. Solomon?
I was always good with a needle and thread. When I was a boy in Poland, I would help my mother with her sewing. Then, during the war with Russia, I fixed uniforms and stitched up wounds. Not long after that, I moved to Vespuccia, settled here in New Britannia. My first shop was in the Chum, but thankfully, I was very successful and was able to move to Lyon. I won't lie to you, this location is much, much nicer. It's refreshing to not have to step over drunken hobos when I open and close the shop.
Yeah, but you can use the hobos
That's
as
part of the
advertising.
charm of owning a business in the Chum.
Not much else to say beyond that. My business is my life.
You seem very dedicated to your craft.
That's right. You won't see any of that newfangled steam-powered nonsense in here. Everything is done by hand and with care. I use only the finest quality materials and stitch every thread myself. And that's the way it's gonna stay as long as I'm around. It's worked for 45 years. There's no reason to change as far as I'm concerned.
This is a nice shop you have. I never even knew it existed.
Well, better late than never, I always say. Life has a funny way of always taking us where we need to go.
I know, you
Yeah.
just put the signs
True.
for your shop in the
Although I
drunken
think it's
hobo's
easy to
hands.
miss out on things from time to time.
Oh, of course. It's easy to overlook the details, but in the grand scheme of things, you'll end up where you need to be. And in this case, you ended up here. So, please, feel free to take a look around. Let me know if you find anything you like.
He seems like a nice fellow.
Is there anything you can tell me about this button?
Looks like it's made of wood. Not very well crafted either. Definitely not from one of my products.
I found this piece of torn fabric with your emblem on it. Can you tell me anything about it?
Yes. Brown, wool, houndstooth. This is from one of the more popular jackets I sell.
And here I thought my ability to name ales within 5 seconds of tasting them was good. This fella has me beat.
He can't beat
any
agent
stock
experience.
Well, sure, I've got one on the display dummy over there.
Is there any way you can tell me who you've sold them to?
Ooh, I don't think so. I've sold at least 20 in the past month. As I said, it's a very popular style.
Do you by chance employ a seamstress named Linda Walker?
I do, yes.
Is she here?
No, she has the day off today, but she'll be in tomorrow.
Would it be possible to have her address?
Begging your pardon, but why should I give it to you?
Oh no. Oh no. I get the feeling that being truthful might hurt here.
I'm a private
We'll go with
investigator,
this one.
and it's crucial to this case.
Well, as I said, she'll be here tomorrow.
Oh,
You can ask her
no.
then.
It really is a matter of some urgency.
I'm sure it can wait a day. But if it were really that urgent, I would think the police would be involved, not a private investigator. I'm not obligated to tell you anything, so please, let's move on before I lose my
I
patience.
knew it. That was the wrong thing to say.
Please, Mr. Solomon, it's extremely important that I get Mrs. Walker's address.
So you said, but why should I?
We get another chance.
I know I said I was a private investigator before, but there's a more delicate reason I want to speak with Mrs. Walker.
Oh?
Her son, Alexander, and mine were schoolmates. I just found a book he lent
Hopefully he
my son
doesn't know that
before he
Alexander's
returned.
dead.
I've been trying to track her down for ages, and only just found out where she worked.
Oh, I see. It was a terrible tragedy what happened with her boy and her husband.
Oh, he does know.
I know how private Mrs. Walker is, but I'm sure she would appreciate you returning her son's book. All right. She lives at 403 St. Agnes Street.
Remember when you couldn't even bring yourself to trick people into thinking their shoelaces were untied? You've come a long way, Miles.
I'll be taking my leave of
Your
you now,
approval
Mr.
fills
Solomon.
me with shame, Bill. I knew it. I figured the private investigator thing wasn't going to work. But at least you got a second chance. That's the important thing.
Some people would call that humming and hissing the sound of progress. I'd call it annoying. It says here that Linda Walker is in the upstairs apartment, and someone named Douglas Emafiel is under the stairs.
Let's not get the wrong person. I wonder if I could do that. We're gonna save real quick and see if that's possible. I'm looking for Linda Walker. She's upstairs. And then she just jumps out the window.
What? Who are you? Are you from the Steamworks?
Afraid not, sir.
Damn. Oh well, what can I do for you?
Do you know Linda Walker?
Of course. She lives upstairs. Who's asking?
I'm Miles Fordham. I'm trying to find Linda so I can speak with her.
What's your business with her?
I'm afraid that's private.
Well, she's out right now. You'll have to come back another time if you want to visit her.
Why did you think I was from the Steamworks?
Because
Yeah,
I
get all the
contacted
wrong
them a
toys.
few days ago when my boiler broke, and nobody has come to repair it yet. I should have known better. Those fools always take their time, if they even bother showing up at all. Meanwhile, I'm stuck in here with nothing but cold water. If I catch pneumonia and die, you'll know who to blame.
His ghost will be vengeful.
Have you got any idea when Mrs. Walker will be back?
Not for a few days. She told me she was going away for a bit. Ah, that reminds me. She asked me to water her plants while she was gone.
Oh, so she's trying to
Just
leave.
need to remember where I put the spare key.
Ooh.
Did you say something about having a spare key to Mrs. Walker's apartment?
Sure, I'm her landlord. I look after the place when she's gone. Got a bit of a green thumb, that one, so she puts me in charge of watering her plants. The trip up is a bit of a pain, though. My hips aren't what they used to be.
I'm a private detective, and it's of the utmost importance
Alright,
that I
let's
get
be
that
forceful.
key from you.
Right. Private detective.
He's used the quotation
I don't
marks.
have to do anything you say. You're not really the law. So nice try. But I'm not betraying Mrs. Walker's trust so easily.
Quick, punch him, Miles.
Says that now, but I'm willing to bet he'd do it if it benefited him in some way.
Sorry to bother you, sir. I'll just be on my way.
He needs the arson DLC to heat the water.
Nobody home. Now what?
Break a window.
Miles, what are you doing? You don't know the first thing about steam engine repair.
It can't be that hard to work out.
If you're serious about getting it fixed, I'd suggest looking for someone who knows about this sort of thing first. But if you just want to charge in blindly, be my guest.
Oh golly. We better save before doing this, in case we blow ourselves up.
These pipes are connected to the flue. They must heat up the water in this overgrown tea kettle.
We are a
It
mess.
won't go any further in that.
Oh, come on. Oh, that's the starter valve. Well, let's see if we can get that arson DLC going.
It won't go any.
Fine fuel.
Oh, more arson. You do this. Wonder if there's...
These pipes are connected to the flue. They must...
Okay, so we're not doing this quite well.
I don't think you should leave this thing unattended before you've made any repairs.
Aw, come on. We can do that, Bill. That fellow won't be doing anything once we blow up his place. That might be true, but even so, I'm very annoyed. Do you know anything?
Protest.
Ah, shoot, I was gonna be like, do you, as an anti-Steam tech person, do you know anything about Steam repair? Excuse me, I know you're a rich person, but do you know anything about Steam repair?
I'll let you know if I have.
Hey, I have many questions. Oh geez, who to ask about Steam repair? Upton, you know anything about Steam repair?
Can we talk?
Go on, I'm listening.
Can we go over my
review
correct-
case.
Of course.
Boiler repair.
You wouldn't happen to know anything about repairing boilers, would you?
Oh, sure. I fix 10 of them every day before breakfast.
Just thought I'd ask. That's enough about the case for now.
Dang it, Upton, you failed me.
That's it, I think.
Then you...
Oh jeez.
Judging by the sooty apron, this man is either a metal worker, a chimney sweep, or just really lazy when it comes to washing.
It could be all of them.
He and his friend are having quite the conversation. I bet it's really boring. Best avoid that one. He looks like he might tip over at any moment. Reminds me of when I was alive. Ah, good times. She's running back and forth at lightning speed. Clearly, she dips into the coffee supply. Asleep at a coffee house. One of life's little ironies.
Okay, so the coffee shop is a bust. That's okay. We can find more places that can potentially help us. Do you know anything about boiler repair, Mr. Lending Guy? Wait, he does have a heater, so maybe...
I've got some more questions, Mr. LeFay.
Go ahead, then.
What do you know about boiler repair?
Do you know anything about fixing a steam boiler?
Bit of an odd question, isn't it?
I thought perhaps you might have occasion to fix your heater.
I do, but when the occasion comes, I usually just call a repairman, or someone from the steamworks.
Fair enough. I think that's all for now.
Jeez, how do I get to the Steamworks? Let's see. I don't think the tailor is going to be the answer here.
Welcome back. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
Come to think of it, I think we've gotten all we...
Especially because he's not very fond of Steam Tech either. Let's see. Maybe she knows something about it.
Hello again.
Kind of like
I'll
a
let you
shot
know
in
if
the
I have
dark.
any-
All right.
There we go. Yeah,
I'll be
see?
going now.
It's kind of a shot in the dark.
Some people would call that humming. Some people... Says here that Linda Walker...
I wonder if we can get anything.
Yes? What is it?
Sorry to bother you, sir. I'll just be on my way.
We just knock on his door to say sorry to bother you. So you know we're a great detective. don't think that she's going to be
Welcome
very
back, Mr.
knowledgeable about
I
fixing
don't think
boilers.
there's anything she can help.
Yeah.
I'll be going now.
May this.
This is a tough one. Maybe Adelaide knows something.
Honey, I'm home.
Seeing you come home always puts a smile on my face.
Very unlikely, but Adelaide is probably the only person
Addie?
next.
What do you need, dear?
Ooh, boy.
Addie, you wouldn't happen to have any manuals on repairing steam engines in your library, would you?
Thinking of changing careers?
No, there's just a boiler that needs repairing, and I need to figure out how to do it.
A boiler? What kind of engine is it?
I'm not sure, but it had Whitney 200 embossed on the side.
Oh, of course. That's one of the most common steam engines around, used in practically everything.
Nice.
In fact, the player piano at the Firkin and Friar had one, and that thing was always going
Addie
off
to the
line.
rescue.
If that's all that's happened with this one, I know how to fix it. Used to have to do it all the time.
Adelaide Fordham, you are just full of surprises.
Where is this boiler?
Not terribly far. It's a townhouse on St. Agnes.
Oh, she's helping me with another
Let's
case.
go then. I could use some fresh air.
Oh, it's nice to be able to...
Not quite a player piano, but it shouldn't be too tough. Would you like me to walk you through it, or would you prefer I fix it myself?
Oh, jeez.
Please, tell me what I need to do.
All right, let's take a closer look.
I don't want her to do
The
all
first
the
thing
work.
you'll want to do is open up the firebox door and light that coal on fire. And it'll be a good idea to open the engine hatch too, so you can keep an eye on it.
That was easy enough. What's next?
Now you want to open the flue and close the fire door so the water in the tank starts boiling. Once
Oh,
that happens, steam will enter the dome, and that big pressure indicator will start
I
going
should have
up.
closed that.
Assuming the steam valve is completely shut, of course.
And if it isn't?
Then the pressure will be transferred into the engine and the small indicator will go up. You want to use the valves to balance out the pressure and get just the right amount into the engine before starting it up.
And what is the right amount?
If I remember correctly, it was 3 on the small gauge. Less than that and the engine won't start. Any higher will tear the thing apart.
All right, here goes nothing.
oh, we're almost there. Just a little bit higher. Ooh, beautiful. That looks perfect. Is that what we're supposed to
I
do?
don't think you should leave this thing unattended.
Oh, no, no, no! I wanted... It's not what I wanted to do. Okay. Try this again. Oh, I probably should have done the starter valve. Hopefully it's just the starter valve and then... Nice! We've become an expert in steam repair.
Nice work, Miles. Maybe if the private investigator thing doesn't work out, we can start our own engine repair service.
High five,
Boilers
Addie.
are a lot like people, you know. They need to let off steam occasionally, or else they explode. You'd do well to remember that, dearest. Anyway, I need to be off for my appointment with Mrs. Lupone. I'll see you tonight.
Dang it. Adelaide is very useful through these cases.
Yes? What is it?
I fixed the boiler for you.
What? Are you serious? It's pretty pathetic when some yahoo off the street does a better job than the people paid to do this sort of thing. I owe you, friend.
Might I take you up on that offer and get that spare key to the apartment?
Oh, right. You said you were a private detective, didn't you? Did Mrs. Walker do something wrong? Is she in trouble?
I'm not entirely sure yet, which is why I need to take a look inside her apartment.
I know, this one
I
is
see.
actually quite good
Well,
for it.
I wouldn't normally do this, but you did me a great service by fixing the boiler. I can't just give you the spare key, but I can let you into the apartment.
That'll be just fine. Thank you.
Nice. We're finally inside.
What in the ether?
Cripes, did a tornado come through this place or what?
Looks as though she definitely left in a hurry. I wonder if she planned on ever coming back.
I'll be waiting for you in the kitchen, Mr. Fordham. Just let me know
This
when
makes it
you're done
even more
looking
likely
around.
that Linda is the one responsible. The other two are too easy to pin it on. My cat is just rather... She's claimed my hand in lap.
Torn apart. She took most everything. Though it doesn't appear she had much to take. I don't know about you, but I'm starting to have my fill of plants and flowers. There's a handwritten note here. Valerian mixed with chamomile.
No.
Sedative effects, deep sleep.
That would
Seems Mrs. Walker's an amateur herbalist.
That would explain
not
why
so
the nanny
amateur.
was drugged.
I'd love to see the look on Mrs. Davis's face if she knew it wasn't a spirit that possessed her. In fact, let's go tell her, so I can see it.
You've gotten fairly misanthropic in your death, Bill.
Have I? I hadn't noticed.
Well, I do like that they actually do have a wholesome kind of marriage with...
These will make great evidence in Linda's trial. These will make great...
Yeah, this is stuff that I feel like I should be able to take.
The books she left behind are all trashy romance novels. Why wouldn't she take those? They're clearly the best ones. That bit of torn wallpaper looks almost deliberate. What do you know? She hid a book behind the wallpaper.
Nice.
It's like a journal.
I believe it. Can it be true? At tonight's meeting, struck up a conversation with Henrietta. Charles Harris was born the day Alexander died, and he has blue eyes. Oh, that basically confirms it. I know I shouldn't jump to conclusions, but this is too perfect to be a fluke. To be sure, I need to find something of Alexander's appropriate for an infant. Maybe his old bear. Charles loved Barney, so Barney's was Alexander's. Henrietta told me she's never seen him react with such joy to any of his other playthings. There is no doubt now in my mind. Charles Harris is the reincarnation of my beloved Alexander. At last we can be together again. At last I can seek his forgiveness. I just need to find a way to take him from his false parents without getting dear Henrietta in trouble. I had the nightmare again last night. Alexander's cries of, "Why did you do it, mother?" were nearly too much to bear. When I have him again, I can finally explain that I couldn't do anything to stop him. Thomas was a monster. I was at my wit's end. Dear Samuel had helped me so much, and there was no turning back once he had consumed the tainted pie. How was I to know Alexander's friend would take ill and he would arrive home early? Watching my boy share the poisoned meal with his father was the worst moment of my life. I must get him back. She's responsible. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That definitely was a much darker turn. This is also pretty much great evidence for the trial. Oh my goodness. Finally, after months of thinking, I have a plan. Samuel's instruction on the nature of plants has been the key. I will visit Henrietta tonight at the Harris residence and prepare everything. It must look as though a burglar entered the nursery and tore his coat. In 2 nights, I'll have my baby again.
Well, this is pretty damn incriminating.
I'll say. Now we just need to figure out where she's gone, as well as how she managed to drug Mrs. Davis.
Well, we found the poison in things.
Oh, we've got you now, Linda. Thought you could be clever and get away with the baby, did you?
Bill?
Well, you thought wrong. With Fordham and Legere on the case, the only thing you're getting is a one-way trip to jail.
Bill?
And the worst part is how sloppy she was. I mean, really, she couldn't think to pick up a button? She might as well have left a signed confession in the crib for all the good it did her.
Bill, would you just shut up, for God's sake? Huh? Is everything all right?
Yes, everything's just fine. I just stubbed my toe on the bed frame.
You ought to be more careful, Mr. Fordham.
Okay, so we haven't...
Sorry, Miles. You know how I get when we're close to solving a case.
You always do this. I need to concentrate, and I can't hear myself think with you yapping away.
Right, sorry. I'll keep it to myself.
So we just need to find
Thank
out
you.
where she's going, because we've got the
You have
evidence.
to admit, she really would have saved us the trouble if...
Bill?
Right. Not another peep. As you were.
Okay, plants, journal. So that provides the motive, the means.
I thought my apartment was
So
messy.
then, since she was taking a trip, maybe there's something that shows us where she was going.
It's a boy. Can't be more than 7 or 8 years old. If that's Linda's son, why would she leave this behind?
Because she thinks she's got the real thing again.
Nice patterns. I wonder if Linda makes all her own clothes.
That's true, it is pretty
It's a
agonizing.
fairly recent model. Linda must have spent a good portion of her wages on it.
Oh, I can actually search the trash pile.
You're actually gonna dig through that mess? I sure hope it's worth it.
Bill, at this point, it's really important. Oh. The devil lives in the post office. Well, that definitely...
A receipt with yesterday's date. One-way train ticket to Pierre in Lorraine. Departed this afternoon.
Thought she could get away easy, it seems. Well, I hate to disappoint her.
Well, that gives us the place to find her.
A receipt with yesterday's...
Thought she...
Okay, I doubt anything else is important. Okay, so location, journal, and all that. That should be enough to give Upton to be able to wrap up the case.
I hope you were able to find out what you needed.
Yes, thank you for your cooperation.
Oh, that should be the end of the case. We done figured it out. Who was Linda Walker in the nursery with the drugs?
Can we talk?
Go on, I'm listening.
I'm ready to wrap this case up.
Okay, who's your prime suspect?
Wait, that's not everything yet. Okay, let's see.
Actually, I'm not...
Okay, just...
Oh, what the heck?
Then you...
What are we missing? To accuse Linda Harris. We've got everything. We have, like, evidence of how she did it. Maybe we have to talk... I presume we have to talk to, like, Miss Davis and whatnot
Welcome back,
as well.
Mr. Fordham.
Maybe there's
I don't think
something
there's
else.
anything
May the spirit...
Oh my goodness. I thought I had everything wrapped up.
Hello?
I have
Hey,
some
welcome.
questions for you, Mrs.
Welcome,
Davis.
Reagan.
All
I
right.
gotta do all the side quests first. No.
Mrs. Davis, where did you get the tea you drank on the night
Oh,
of the
that might be
kidnapping?
why.
From my own private supply, I drink a blend of hibiscus and elderberry. It clears the mind and puts me more in tune with the spirits.
Did it taste off to you?
No. Why do you ask?
Because I think your tea may have been drugged.
Wait, are you saying?
I believe Mrs. Walker used her own herbs to drug your tea, knowing you'd drink a cup the following evening. She then snuck into the house after you'd fallen asleep and took the child.
Oh my word, I never would have thought.
I know, Mrs. Davis. But don't worry, I'm doing everything I can to find her.
Oh, may the spirits guide you, Mr. Fordham.
I hope this was the
Thank you for
last
your
thing
time,
that I
Mrs.
needed.
Davis.
Oh, you're very welcome.
Well, I'd say we have everything we need.
There
prove
it
was
is.
Linda, who drugged Mrs. Davis's tea and took the child. And we know where she's going, too. Upton will want to know about this as soon as possible.
I mean, we technically already had all that from the notes at her apartment.
I'll be going now.
May the...
But whatever. Whatever, Bill. We're just gonna go and let Upton know. Oh, I hope you had fun with Hades, Reagan.
Go on, I'm listening.
Yeah, we need Bill's approval to do anything.
I'm ready to wrap this case up.
Okay, who's your prime suspect?
Okay, Linda Walker.
It was Linda Walker,
Who is she?
a seamstress who befriended the Harris family nanny. She took the child because she believes he's the reincarnation of her deceased son, whom she accidentally poisoned.
My God.
You'll find a journal explaining her motive at her apartment, as well as the plants she used to drug Mrs. Davis.
There we go.
What about the broken window in the nursery?
All part of a false crime scene she set up to draw our attention away from her.
Here's her
Excellent
fraud
work,
log.
Miles. Did you manage to find out where Mrs. Walker is now?
Yes, I found a receipt for a one-way train ticket to Pierre, which departed this afternoon.
Fantastic. We can send a telegram to the train station and have her arrested upon arrival. You've done extremely well, Fordham. Snelling could only hope to have a detective as good as you again.
You flatter me.
Then I'd better stop before your head gets any bigger. All right, Miles. I'll go through the proper channels and report your information as an anonymous tip. And of course, I'll dip into the department's Good Samaritan fund to get you proper compensation for your work. For now, go home to your wife. I'm sure I'll have something else for you to look into fairly soon.
I'm sure you will.
Welcome to Lorraine. An awfully cute baby you got there.
That is like the creepiest sheriff ever.
This is my son, Alexander.
Alexander. That's a good name. Strong name.
Yes, thank you. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm in a bit of a hurry and I need to get to my hotel.
Of course. I won't keep you any longer, Mrs. Walker.
Thank you. Wait. How did you know my name?
I didn't. It was a lucky guess. But now, seeing as I know your name, allow me to tell you mine. I'm Sheriff Zeke Dollarhide. Linda Walker, you are under arrest for the kidnapping of Charles Harris. Surrender the child and come with me.
No, you've got it all wrong. This is my son. This is my Alexander.
Ma'am, please don't make this difficult. Come along to the station and we'll get this all
Yeah.
sorted out.
My southern drawl means that I'm very much done when I
Daddy,
decide to go
you home?
shooting wildly.
Still at her appointment, it would seem. You know, Miles, I have to say, I'm proud of you.
Why's that?
It's because you actually listened.
So does this mean you'll keep quiet until morning?
I said I was proud of you. I didn't say you were getting a reprieve.
Damn it,
I
Bill.
need to figure out how I'm going to sleep through the night without the soporific.
You worry about that too much, Miles. You can sleep when you're dead.
You don't ever seem to.
That's because I slept quite enough when I was alive.
In any case, I need
Loopholes.
to clear my head. The best way to do that after a case was always going for a drink at the Angel.
The Angel? But you haven't been there since...
Since you died. But perhaps getting back into old routines will help.
Perhaps. It would be nice to see old Patrick again at the very least. Then it's settled. A drink or two at the Angel.
I know,
For
that's
a time-
definitely true, Jack. That is the worst possible way that you could introduce yourself. But then again, I think she basically said the same thing.
I have to say, it's been a real pleasure having you back, Miles. I was worried about you.
I appreciate your concern, Patrick. The past few months have been a bit rough, but it's good to be back in familiar territory.
I mean, other than
Miles,
the cracked window,
Can I ask you something?
What
it
is
seems
it?
like a pretty nice
Well,
place.
It may be none of my business, and you can feel free to tell me to stuff it.
Enough with the preamble, Patrick. Just ask.
It's not
I know you
clear.
quit the force, but why are you still working as a private investigator? Why not?
It's not
leave all
exactly
that
clear
detective
yet,
Stuff behind?
Reagan.
It's all I know. My grandfather was a cop, my father was a cop, so I became a cop. That's just how it went.
Oh, I hear ya. I come from 3 generations of butchers myself, but I broke the streak because I can't handle the sight of blood.
If only that had been true in my case.
Now then, will you be wanting another drink?
Yes?
I'm not sure. I've already had 2. I should probably be getting... Wait a minute. Patrick, do you hear something?
No, Miles. I don't hear anything.
Neither do I. Another gin, if you please.
Coming right up.
Jin keeps Bill away. Stranger enters.
I must have taken a wrong turn back there. Hopefully Addie won't hear me come in.
This looks interesting. That's not how you spell it, dude. You are a very suspicious, shadowy figure. I hope you don't have, like, a knife.
Excuse me, sir. Could you spare a shilling?
Why don't you get a job instead of begging on the street?
Here you are, my good man.
You always were willing to help the less fortunate, weren't you? But perhaps you should start thinking about helping yourself.
Uh-oh.
I beg your pardon?
I'm about to be
Look
stabbed.
at yourself. I may be a beggar, but even I feel sorry for you.
He does sound familiar.
Your voice. I've heard it before.
Yes, that's right. I'm your biggest failure.
What are you talking about?
Come now, Miles, you're not completely stupid. You think finding and catching me is going to make things better?
I don't know. It might not, but at least I'll have closure.
Again with the lying to yourself. Let's say you do find me, and this grand chase finally ends. What do you do the next morning?
I'll go to
You're still a dead
Disneyland.
partner, no real job. Your wife knows you've been keeping things from her. Even if you solve 100 cases, it won't relieve that empty feeling inside.
What's your point?
I'm all you've got, Miles. Once I'm gone, there'll be nothing left. So just admit it. You don't want to find me. Not really.
Oh, yeah.
Bad dreams?
You could say that.
You weren't watching that, Bill.
My head. How many drinks did I have last night?
You're asking the wrong person. I was out after the first one.
It seems Miss Maxwell was right about the effects of spirits. Go figure.
Yeah, well...
Some booze a
let's not
day
make
keeps
habit
Bill
out of it,
away.
All right?
Now I'm a drunken detective. This is gonna be great. Oh, that's probably true, Kiyozuki.
So, you're up at last.
You don't sound as happy.
Is something the matter, Addie?
Oh, I see. You don't remember last night, do you? I guess I shouldn't be surprised.
Whatever may have happened, I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me.
Remorse comes before forgiveness, Miles. You don't even know what you're apologizing for.
Was it that bad? What exactly did I do?
It was nearly 2 when you burst in here, soused to the eyeballs from God knows where. I imagine you've probably forgotten that too. You were muttering something about peace and quiet and then proceeded to relieve yourself on my begonias before stumbling into bed.
Charming. I salute you, O Vice Admiral of the Narrow Seas.
Maybe we had one too many.
God, how embarrassing. I'm so sorry, Addie. I don't know what came over me.
I don't either. I've never seen you in such a state, and I pray that I never will again.
I swear to you, this was a one-time mistake. You won't see me like that again.
What possessed you to go out and get so drunk anyway?
I decided to stop taking the soporific. It was interfering with my ability to focus on cases. I thought perhaps having a drink or two would help me sleep, and I got a bit carried away.
I see. Well, I'm at least glad you've stopped taking that terrible medicine. But trading it for alcohol? This had better really be a one-time occurrence. Anyway, you got another message from Upton. It's there on the table, if you're feeling fit for the world now.
Oh golly, that's I think we need to make that up. That an apology isn't enough for that. That's like we gotta take her out to like dinner or something to make up for this. Whenever new cases come in, but the police are already investigating, details have made their way into the newspaper. I won't be able to meet you at the ruin, so here are the details. The deceased is Desiree Lathan. Her apartment is at 840 Right Way. Good luck.
Huh.
What does Upton say this time?
That she can't meet me, and that I should go straight to the scene of the crime.
I wonder if that means the police have started to suspect that she's giving you these cases.
Oh.
She also says news of this case has been made public, and the police are already investigating. Have you heard of Desiree Lathan?
Yes, there's something about her in today's paper. I didn't read the article, though. Where's the crime scene?
840 Right Way. It's not too far from here, thankfully.
You're sure you're feeling up to this today?
I'll be fine. The mental exercise will get me back to normal in no time.
Wait, okay, Gaston Grand found burned to death. Oh, so it's another one. Oh, Harris baby found, suspect in custody. Oh, I wonder how this would have changed if we didn't find out the stuff with Linda Walker. It probably would be that they just hadn't found the baby yet or something. Okay, by the neighbor who smelled smoke only to find the grisly scene. Found her in bed, body burnt to ashes. The circumstances are unknown, but the police have not ruled out the possibility of foul play. Let's see. Seeing her... Okay, so then that was mostly... Oh, third mysterious murder has police on edge, which is probably the other case that Upton mentioned on the previous one.
Well, this is shaping up to be quite the investigation. I should probably get a move on before the police ruin the crime scene any more than they already have.
Yeah, we
Good
need a
luck,
very
Miles.
fancy...
And stay away from the bars, would you?
There's some tension here. I need...
Shouldn't be gone too long.
I wish you'd let me fix your hair before you go out like that.
No dice,
You'll be
Addie.
fine.
My hair must be messy as a detective.
Looks as though we've arrived fashionably late.
Excuse me, sir, but this is an active crime scene. We can't allow members of the public.
Oh, this isn't just any member of the public, Kane. This is Miles Fordham. He used to be one of us until he got his partner killed.
Wonderful.
That's
Officer
probably
Parsons
true.
Is on the scene. It's a shock the apartment isn't in a shambles.
Good day to you too, officers.
Fordham? What are you doing here?
Ah, Captain Snelling. What a pleasure.
That's Chief Snelling now, Fordham. I don't expect you follow the workings of the department much these days, but I'd appreciate the proper address.
He seems a little snooty.
The power hasn't gone to his head.
My apologies, Chief Snelling.
You haven't answered my question. What in blazes are you doing here?
I figured investigating the crime would actually give it a chance to be solved.
The story was front page news. I couldn't resist coming to have a look for myself.
There's no respect for police business anymore, damn meddlers. This is an active crime scene, Fordham. Leave the premises immediately.
We could solve this case in no time if we work together, you know.
We don't need any help. Not even from former detectives. Parsons, I'm going back to the station. I want your report the minute you're done here. Understand?
Yes, sir.
Dang it.
Now, don't get any funny ideas, Fordham. If you so much as breathe on anything in here, I'll have you arrested for tampering with a crime scene. Do I make myself clear?
Sure, whatever you say, Chief.
Yes, sir.
I'm glad that's settled.
And now we're gonna breathe on everything.
I suppose it's reassuring that even in this crazy, ever-changing world, you can always count on Snelling to be a complete ass.
You heard the chief. No snooping around. The sooner you get out of here, the better for all of us.
Definitely too young to be Miss Lathan.
Well, excuse me while I snoop around and breathe on everything.
You have to hand it to her. Miss Lathan certainly had a unique taste in fashion. I bet you could see her
I know.
coming a mile
His
away.
mustache is angry.
An invitation
Maybe
to
the mustache
Gaston
is
Grandam's
because he's
ball. It seems it
maybe
was
his
held 2
mustache
nights ago
makes
at
him
the Gaston
angry.
Supper Club. Might be worth looking into, seeing as it's our only lead right now.
That's true. A lot of the sarcasm responses in Fallout 4 are great, but they don't work out very well.
Title. I doubt it's a diary. People rarely leave those things laying out in the open.
It's a fake diary.
Judging by these books, Miss Lathan was quite the fan of poetry. Let's just hope her taste was better than Madame Dupree's.
Excuse me, Officer Parsons.
Clear off, Fordham. The chief doesn't want you here, and neither do I. You aren't on the force anymore, so you've got to respect the rules, just like every other citizen.
He'd be respecting my fist if I were alive, believe me.
I'm not trying to cause any trouble. I just want to ask a few questions.
Well, if it will get you to leave faster.
What can you tell me about Desiree Lathan?
Nothing.
Dang it.
You don't know?
No, because I'm not going to betray Chief Snelling's orders and divulge that information to the public.
Come on, Parsons, you know me. What harm would it do to tell me just a little bit?
Do I have to state the obvious? If it were up to me,
You're a
you'd be
meddler.
in jail for murdering an officer.
I wouldn't make such claims without knowing the facts, Parsons. It could get you in serious trouble. It'd be a real tragedy to see your career cut short and you back in the workhouse polishing airship rivets.
Oh.
You don't scare me, Fordham.
Rest assured, the feeling is mutual. Why was Chief Snelling here anyway?
He's the chief of police, and this is an official
I
investigation.
don't know. Usually in
Just
these
take
kind
the
of
claim
games,
and
responding sarcastically can...
Yes, but the chief of police never bothers with a crime scene unless it's of great
Usually the
importance.
sarcastic options in point-and-click games will
Does
get
that
you
mean
killed.
This crime scene is, in fact, of great importance?
You're the investigator, Fordham. I'll leave you to work that one out.
Woohoo.
How long has Officer Kane been on the force?
I'm not one to gossip, Fordham.
That's only the second most hypocritical thing I've heard today.
Ask him yourself if you're so interested.
Maybe I will.
You're looking well these days, Parsons. What's your secret?
Secret? I don't know. Maybe something about getting a good night's sleep without blood on my hands does wonders.
Have you made much progress on this investigation?
Did you not hear me the first time, Fordham? Drop it before I have to arrest you for interfering with a police investigation.
That's all I wanted to know.
Good.
Oh, geez. He seems like a pleasant person.
Begging your pardon, officer.
Yes, what is it, sir?
Oh, he's the good cop. The other one's the bad cop.
What was Chief Snelling doing here?
Nothing more than a routine inspection of the crime scene.
Routine inspection? But the chief of police only goes to extremely high-profile crime scenes.
I couldn't possibly comment on that, sir.
Do you enjoy working with Officer Parsons?
I don't like to talk about my colleagues, sir. Especially when they're standing right over there.
We just gotta get Parsons out of the room.
Perhaps this isn't the right time to be asking. How long have you been on the force, officer?
2 months, sir.
And how's it treating you so far?
This is where I was meant to be.
And I haven't become jaded and cynical
Parsons
yet.
mentioned you used to be a detective?
I was, yes, for 15 years. It wasn't always easy, but I loved every minute of it.
Parsons goes on about how he's got his eye on becoming a detective, but I don't know if I'd be able to handle it.
Is that right?
Yes. He's up for review. I think he's trying to impress Snelling to improve his chances.
Dark beard
Parsons
equals
wants to be a
naughty.
detective? Now I've heard it all. As if he needed more of a reason to be Snelling's lapdog.
Oh no.
Is there anything you can tell me
I wonder
about
if that's
Desiree
something that we
Latham?
can use as leverage to get Parsons out of here.
You don't have clearance in this investigation.
And there's nothing I can say to convince you otherwise?
My superiors would be very upset if they knew I was breaking the rules. I'm sorry.
I think the operative phrase in this instance is if they knew.
Aha,
We need to find a way
loopholes.
to get Parsons out of here. Maybe we should visit Upton at the station.
Thanks for your time, officer.
Not a problem.
Okay, so that's what we need to do to get them... to at least get Parsons out of here. Maybe Upton can pull some strings and get him on traffic duty.
I didn't imagine we'd be coming back here in this lifetime.
Fordham, have you solved the case already?
Don't I wish? I haven't even gotten started.
Well, I'm here if you need anything. Just be sure not to let Snelling see you.
Is he back yet?
He arrived a few minutes ago. I expect he'll be sequestered in his office today, so you shouldn't have to worry too much.
Good to know.
Alright, let's get some saves just in case.
Got a moment, Upton?
Yes, but let's make this quick.
Quick! You got so many dialogue
Work,
options,
I see.
Upton.
Yes, well, the coffee shop holiday
It looks
had
like
to end
there's-
eventually. I'm gonna have to find someplace else to meet you. The higher-ups are getting suspicious.
To be honest, it was a bit wretched there. I won't miss it.
Well then, Mr. Big Bug, you can have the honor of choosing the next place. Under a bridge somewhere, perhaps.
Have you been able to find any leads on Bill's death?
Have you?
Not yet, no.
It does look like that's British.
I don't want to get your hopes up, but I may have something.
Oh?
The man you're looking for, he was burgling a flower shop, right?
Yes.
I couldn't help but notice that in the last 2 cases you've had, plants have been used to drug people. It may just be a coincidence, but I also think it's something worth looking out for. If it becomes a pattern, there's a good chance it might be related.
But 2 different people did the drugging.
True, but in both cases, they learned from someone else.
It's a stretch, but it's better than nothing. I'll take it into consideration. I see the Gazette has caught wind of this supposed mass murderer.
Yes, Snelling has been positively fuming about it. Between that and the Latham case being publicized on the same day, it's been a nightmare for the department.
Any idea how they got the information?
I don't think anyone in the department has spoken to the press. Maybe they just have some very good reporters.
So, is it serious? Should we be concerned?
3 murders is nothing to sneeze at, but all the victims have been men in Chumley. If that changes, then things might start getting urgent.
Isn't that just the way of things?
Hmm.
You can bet they'd have already caught the bastard if the first body had turned up.
Oh,
early
white with
on.
blue stripes? That's probably the case. I kind of only
Any
glanced at
updates
it
on the
and didn't
Harris
pay much
baby?
attention to it.
He's back home and doing well thanks to you.
I'm glad to hear it.
You did an impressive job. I admit I was a bit concerned about how you'd fare after months of taking it easy. But I suppose detective work is like riding a bicycle.
It's a guaranteed way to end up with a broken arm.
Bill, you're so sassy.
I'm having some trouble with Officer Parsons.
You and everyone else who's ever met him. What's the problem?
He's keeping me away from the Lathan crime scene.
Of course. He's one of the most loyal to Snelling.
Any suggestions for how I might get him away so I can look around?
I might have an idea. There are several reported crimes that haven't been assigned yet, and Parsons is itching to prove his investigative chops. He'd probably abandon his post for a good enough lead and a chance to impress Snelling.
Up to no good. You impress me.
Department politics are something of a specialty of mine.
About getting Parsons away from the crime scene?
All right, these are the, as of yet, unassigned crimes. The body of a young man was found in the Hodgman River by the Gascon docks this morning.
Let's give him
A
the
woman named
worst
Chumley
crime.
reported hearing a single gunshot in her neighbor's apartment last night.
Missing cat,
There
come
was
on.
a deadly explosion at a factory in Worcester that may be linked to sabotage. And that's it for right now. Any of those strike your fancy?
I really wish there was something with like a pet being lost so that we could send him on a wild goose chase. Let's go with the
Give me
factory
details about the
explosion.
factory explosion.
The owner of the Hawkins Steelworks reported an explosion at his factory that killed
See,
two
this
of his
should probably
workers.
be interesting.
He says he's been getting several threatening letters about his current project.
And so he suspects someone has sabotaged the operation?
Yes, likely the Redites.
I don't know, it
You think
felt like
Parsons will
that
be
this was more
interested?
like a European kind of... a fictional European case.
Sounds good. Let's go with that one.
All right, I'll send out the report as soon as we're done talking.
Have a moment to go over my current case?
I'm afraid you're on your own this time, Fordham. The walls have ears around here. If they find out I'm helping you, it won't end well for either of us.
Understood.
I'll still be here when you've solved it, though.
Oh,
That's
so
it for
Upton
now.
won't be as
Better get
helpful
back
this
to
time
it, then.
around.
The old Jack and Stars.
That is a good question as to where this is supposed to be fictionally taking place.
Sure was nice when that sign didn't apply to us. Prime Minister Atwood, watching over the department with his signature scowl.
Yeah, it is definitely weird
I
now
don't think
that
I've
I
ever
look
seen
at it.
anyone reading those books. I'm half convinced they're purely decorative.
They haven't been here yet.
Nobody's bothered clearing this table yet, it seems. The bridge to Lyon overlooking the House of Parliament. I suppose that seeing that helps
could be the
pictures
case
of
as
this
well,
club
Time.
put on airs.
Because this is supposed to be like 1844, I believe.
That painting depicts a hand dropping a bunch of blood-soaked silver coins into another hand. Definitely sets the bar for the type of people who come here, I'd say. These are all high-end foo-foo liqueurs and cordials. You couldn't pay me to drink that rubbish.
So it's just this one lady.
Excuse me, miss?
Oh, well, hello there, handsome. I've never seen you around here before.
Uh-oh.
Care to join me for a drink?
A bit early in the day, don't you think?
Perhaps I would think, if I wasn't on my third cocktail.
Impressive. You may have just met your match.
The name's Miles Fordham, and you are?
Charlotte Robineau.
Pleasure. Would you mind if I asked you a few questions?
I suppose not. It would help pass the time.
Nice.
Were you here for the Grand Dame's ball the other night?
Of course, we all were. Well, except for Laura. Terrible business.
You
She
mean
found the
Laura
business
Dupree?
too
The
hot.
very same. Have you met?
Oh.
I have. In fact, I investigated her attempted murder.
Is that right? I heard she ended up in jail for torturing her
Oh, there's some.
servants.
This is from
Yes,
accusing her.
It was quite disturbing.
I didn't think Laura was capable of such a thing. She always seemed so kind. I guess we all have our dark secrets.
Does that apply to you as well, Miss Robineau?
If I told you, then it would no longer be a secret, would it?
She knows how to keep
Fair
secrets.
point. Do you know Desiree Lathan?
I thought she was talking about Desiree at first. Be
When
like,
did
the
you last
business
speak
was
to her?
too hot to handle for her.
Ages. She and I haven't had much to do with each other for a while.
Why is that?
It's really not important. We just didn't see eye to eye on a few things.
Was she at the Grand Dame's ball?
Yes, she was. Drinking up a storm as usual. Desi really knew how to enjoy herself.
How much did she drink?
Oh, I don't know. She used to outmatch me, and I can handle quite a bit.
I don't know, especially if she's drinking this much this early.
Tell me a little about yourself.
Why, Mr. Fordham, I hardly know you. Well, that said, I'm always open to making new friends.
Yeah, she's already hanging out with Captain Morgan and Jack Daniels a little too much. I didn't expect to have to follow up with what compliment. Let's see. You have the most radiant smile.
Can I just say you've got the most radiant smile I've ever seen?
Oh, why, that's very sweet of you, Mr. Fordham.
But no dice.
True. Not many women your age still have all their teeth.
I beg your pardon.
I didn't know you were such a master of the high kick, Miles.
Oh my
You got your
goodness.
foot in your mouth in record time.
Miles, what are you doing?
I just meant... You know what? Never mind.
Yeah, we're going with fashion sense. Holy crap, that really backfired on us.
You've really got a great sense of fashion and style. All the other Grand Dames must be jealous.
Oh, you.
Okay, what does the hair do? Your hair is quite lovely for a wig.
I must.
Is that what he's gonna go with?
Oh, how sweet of you to say. Though it is getting a bit ragged. I'm having it done this afternoon, in fact. My girl Adelaide is a treasure.
You don't say. Well, she must be talented to improve on near perfection.
Oh, such a flattering tongue, Mr. Fordham.
Oh, this might help later.
What can you tell me about Desiree's
We have to find something
Just
though
what I've read in the
to be
papers.
nice to make up for all the things we did to Adelaide.
It's horrible.
I'm shocked you still have hair at your age.
Did she have any enemies?
That'd be great.
Anyone who might have wanted to do her harm?
No, everyone loved her.
Except you?
Mr. Fordham, I said we haven't had much to do with each other. That doesn't mean I didn't care for her. Now please, let's drop the subject.
Thanks for your time. I'll let you get back to your drink.
Thanks, sweetheart.
Oh, the more pearls means the bigger old lady status? That definitely makes sense.
Damn, looks like Parsons didn't take the
Oh
bait.
no, you're right.
He must not have considered that case enough to prove himself to Snelling.
Uh-oh. We have to go back.
Got a moment, Upton?
Yes, but let's make this quick.
Unfortunately,
Nothing worse than a picky investigator. I wish more people were like you.
thank you?
All right, these are the, as of yet, unassigned crimes. The body of a
We'll
young
figure
man
this
was
out.
found in the Hodgman River by the Gascon docks this morning. A woman named Chumley reported hearing a single gunshot in her neighbor's apartment last night. And that's it for right now. Any of those strike your fancy?
I get the feeling that
Let's hear about the gunshot.
he's
Ethel
probably a
Williamson reported hearing
creepy
a sound
person.
she described as a single gunshot coming from her neighbor's apartment last night. She said she had been hearing arguments over the past several weeks, and there may have been domestic violence involved. When she knocked on the door, she got no answer, but she said she noticed the distinct smell of flowers.
Intriguing.
Do you think Parsons will be interested?
Sounds good. Let's go with that one.
All
Let's
right,
do it.
I'll send out the report as soon as we're done talking.
That's it for now.
Better get back to it then.
Let's see if he takes the bait with this one. Oh, he took it.
Looks like Parsons took the bait. Now maybe we can finally have a look around the crime scene.
Nice. What can you tell me
Beg your
about
pardon,
Officer
officer.
Yes,
Parsons?
what is it, sir?
What was Chief Snelling doing here?
He was inspecting the crime scene.
Yes, but why was he involved? Is there something
1 second.
special about it that would require the Chief of Police to look into it?
Well, someone thought it might be related to the big case we're not supposed to talk about.
You mean the mass murderer?
Yes, sir. I could see why the chief is upset that the news has gotten out.
And is it related?
No, I don't believe so. But the news reports are beginning the public on edge.
Of course. The less information there is, the easier it is for rumors
Well, that
to
would
start
explain
spreading.
why Snelling's interested.
Exactly. Chief Snelling has a lot of fires to put out.
And he doesn't even have the arson
Too bad he
DLC.
didn't get to Ms. Lathan in time.
Oh, Bill, you're so sassy.
Do you enjoy working with Officer Parsons?
If I'm being honest, he can be a bit much sometimes.
Trust me, you're not the only one who feels that way. I didn't have much interaction with him when I was a detective. The few times I did weren't very pleasant.
I could tell he doesn't seem to care much for you. Although I don't think he cares much for anyone except the chief, and that's only because he's the one who gives out the promotions.
That's probably true, that it will bite me.
Is there anything you can tell me about Desiree Lathan?
But I don't think
really
that
say.
Adelaide's going to be like, oh, you're trying to seduce all these
and a
folks.
small detail would be useful.
Well, I haven't really looked over the crime scene too much. It's rather gruesome, you see.
Is the body still here?
Yes, what's left of it at any rate. Miss Lathan was only identified by the tattoo on her foot.
Oh, the book did say that it falls off. The limbs fall off from the Spectre Society.
Has there been much progress here?
Snelling and Parsons examined the scene, that's all I know.
Do you think I might have a look, now that the initial investigation's been conducted?
I'm afraid that's out of the question.
I don't think
sir.
there's
I have my
telephones or
orders.
anything.
Officer Kane, I'm trying to aid this investigation. There may have been something overlooked by the others.
If Parsons were to catch you, my career would be over.
Trust me, he won't be back for some time. I swear on my honor as a former member of the New Britannia Police.
All right, I suppose you can go in for a moment, but please be quick about it.
Thank you, Officer Kane. I promise this will stay between us.
I just love rookie officers. They're so gullible.
Dang
I once
it,
got
Bill.
one to shine my shoes for a week after convincing him it was department policy.
Thanks for your time, officer.
Bill
Not a
seems like the
problem.
person that would haze someone like that. Oh,
That's
jeez.
certainly a pungent aroma. I can see why the officer stuck to the living room.
Surprisingly modest quarters for a grande dame. You'd never guess she could buy out the likes of you and me 1,000 times over. That's a nice
Yeah, there's
portrait of
definitely
Miss Lathan.
steampunk
Too
elements
bad
in
it was
airships
damaged
and
by
so
the fire.
forth.
The area where the artist's signature should be has been singed and is unreadable. Too bad.
But the date is still legible. It's from this year.
The artist did
It's a
it.
nice portrait of me.
But the date...
Some crumpled up letters. They look to be of the romantic variety.
They're from the same person. One Peter Andrews.
It's always sad to see a case of unrequited love. I'm thinking we should find out who this Peter Andrews is.
Good idea. Now, are you finally willing to admit that looking through rubbish does yield results sometimes?
No.
Fine, you win. But I don't think I envy your prize.
Oh, dearest Desiree, I offer you my heart, though I'm sadly unable to offer you my hand. Oh, that circumstances were different. Why must life and love both be so cruel? I must continue to love and admire you from afar. I can only hope these feelings are mutual. Love, Peter. Let's see, my dearest Desiree, once again I must declare my love for you. Though you have not yet responded to any of my letters, I maintain hope that you care for me as I do for you. I remain ever faithful. Call upon me, and I will rush to your side. We will embrace as Mr. and Mrs. Andrews at long last. Love, Peter. There we go.
It looks as though Miss Lathan was in the middle of writing something.
It's an article for Brentwell magazine.
Ignited the fires within.
The fires within. A bit on the nose, wouldn't you say? Classic Brentwell. They have a reputation for making their writers go to extremes
Oh,
for their
jeez.
articles, all for the sake of entertainment.
Perhaps we should pay their offices a visit, see exactly what it was Miss Lathan was doing for them.
We are all familiar with the idea of an inner fire, a term usually applied to our sense of passion or determination, but what if that inner fire was of a more physical nature? That is to say, if each of us had the capability to light a real fire within our bodies. Well, then you'll end up like that.
As much as I like this
Oh,
painting,
no.
this isn't the time for art appreciation.
Well, Peter Andrews is also burned up, then
Doesn't look as though this fireplace has been used in a
then
long
we can
time.
probably say
I
that
suppose
that's
we can
true.
Rule it out as the source.
Okay.
Looks like this one barely managed to survive. Pity. It looked like a nice work of art.
Because it feels like we should check as many things.
There's a letter in here.
Dear Miss Lathan, this letter is
This keeps getting more and more interesting.
to inform
the
you.
law firm of Usher and
Oh,
Price
jeez.
isn't too far from here. I think it's definitely worth paying him a little visit.
Okay. To inform you that we have received your request to make changes to your beneficiary as indicated in your last will and testament. Please come to the law offices of Usher and Price at 72 Cadman Street, Worcester, so that we may review the documents and make the necessary edits. Yours, Jonas Usher. Ooh, the ash pile.
Odd. Another pile of ashes under the bed. Looks as though whatever she kept underneath got burned too. Or it could be that whatever was under the bed is what caught fire in the first place. Although, there's no evidence of what started it. All that's left is a small piece of
That's true.
Might as well take it.
The cloth appears to have some oily residue on it. Interesting.
Ashes
Jeez.
to ashes and all that. Glad I was buried. Cremation always seemed a bit too hot to handle.
Now's not the time for jokes, Bill.
I don't think you could take the
Serious?
heat, Bill.
This is the best time for jokes. Otherwise, it's all just a bunch of boo-hoo-hoo this and wow-wow-wow that. And trust me, there's plenty of that in life. Hell, you'd know better than anyone.
All right. Just shut it for a bit while I look over the crime scene, would you? I need to concentrate.
Ugh, greasy, fetid, stinking ashes. Who knew the human body was capable of producing such
And
a
that matches
disgusting
the
byproduct?
previous book that we read about
Surprised the coroner
spontaneous
hasn't taken the body away yet.
combustion.
Probably because there isn't much of a body left to take. Either that or Dr. Edwards knows better than to deal with something like this.
Yeah, those are some
Extremely
picklings.
unlike him. He'd jump at the chance to examine this body. Perhaps we should allow him the pleasure.
I hope you're not suggesting what I think you're suggesting. This one's clean. Well, aside from the fact that the rest of the leg is burned off. There's a tattoo on her ankle. It says, "Dancing through life." Hate to break it to her, but that dance is over.
Oh, and they said that they identified her through the tattoo on her leg.
I don't think Desiree will be able to give us a hand with this investigation.
Damn it, Bill!
What? I thought it was funny. Alas, poor Desiree, a woman of infinite riches, of tastes most fancy. Where's all your money now?
Maybe it burned
Come
up
to think of
beneath
it,
her.
That question might be worth answering.
That's right, they did say that it was pretty sparse. For...
Miles, do you really want to go carrying around those stinking ashes in your pocket? It'll take ages to get the smell out.
Good point. I'll need to find something to carry them in.
Miles?
Okay, so hopefully there is something in here.
Nothing else of interest.
Dang it, Bill. You've already read my mind. Where do I have something that might be possible to take? Because I get the feeling that once I leave here, I'm not going to be able to come back.
Just a pile of ashes.
I'm trying to make sure I do as many things here as possible. Yeah, this is a pretty barren room for someone that's stinking rich.
This one's there's a I don't think...
Bill?
What?
I feel like I'm missing something. Okay, so we need something for the ashes. I wonder if there's something out there that we can get. But yeah, I get the feeling that once we leave, we're not going to be able to come back. That's why I'm trying to make sure that I've thoroughly...
The flames must have been fairly high to be able to stain the ceiling like that.
Okay, we didn't examine the stains, so that would probably have been interesting. Dang it. I feel that there's something missing.
Miss Lathan's hair.
Okay. Maybe something more in the
Nothing else of
waste.
interest. That's a nice portrait of the.
But the date.
Hmm. You'd think there would have been a jar or something. That's possible, Kiyosuke.
Was there someone else in the room just now? I thought I heard you talking.
Oh, no. It's just sometimes I think aloud when investigating crime scenes.
I see.
Good save. We don't need any more police officers thinking
Maybe I can
you're
use
insane.
that. Hmm. Oh, looks like I can go back into the bedroom. Or at least I can probably ask him to let me back in.
An invitation to the Gascon Grand Dame's ball. It seems.
Oh, that got me to the supper club. Okay, you have a great night. It didn't actually let me do anything with the waste bin, though. That's the problem.
I'm here.
Hello, Miles.
Model ships look like they might have
It's been
had
so
something
long
to do.
since you-
Like, maybe the bottles. Let's see.
I can see why Adelaide called.
Ooh.
Bollingworth.
It's a bottle, but I don't think it's gonna let me, nab that.
Pretty, but I'm glad.
Come on, there's gotta be a bottle somewhere.
It's admirable just how
It's empty.
Good riddance, I say.
Dang it. Come on.
You should have let me be buried wearing my hat. At least it wouldn't be gathering dust like it is now.
If I'd done that, it would be dust right now.
Heh, fair point.
Hey, no problem. Okay, let's see. Hopefully we can find it. Maybe we have to go to a different place to get a bottle.
Addie?
What is it, Miles?
Oh, that is, old.
I'll let you get back to.
I get the feeling that I'm going to need to do more than just apologize and compliment her. We're gonna need
I'll
it.
see you later, Addie.
Good luck.
We're gonna need something. Everyone knows that you don't just piss on your wife's begonias and just apologize to make up for it. Ooh, maybe I can use the tankard.
Well, if no one's cleaned up, you might as well do them the favor.
Oh, beautiful. Maybe I can use that. I just keep someone's ashes in a tankard that I just carry around with me. Oh, that's gonna be so great. Usher praise, we don't need that. Let's see if I can get back in.
I'm afraid I need to have another look inside Miss Lathan's room, Officer Kane.
All right, but please be quick about it.
Sweet! The rookie cop will fall for it each time. At least I hope.
Oh, Miles, really? You're going to carry the ashes around in a pewter mug?
Shut up, Bill.
It's vital to the investigation that we find out exactly what happened to the body. If anyone can tell us for certain, it's Dr. Edwards.
Fair enough. I suppose this isn't the most unpleasant thing you've carried around before. Remember that time we had to go looking for that murder victim's missing head?
I'd really rather not, actually.
Nice. Okay, so maybe we now know where this Dr. Edwards is. So that we can give the ashes and try and find out.
Ugh. The smell from the bedroom is getting worse. I don't know how much longer I can stand it.
Oh, look on the bright side, buddy. You don't actually have to go in the room. So maybe was there a different place there? Okay, we hadn't been to Brentwell magazine.
Ah, hello there. Are you here to drop off an article?
No, actually, I'm a private investigator. The name's Miles Fordham.
How exciting. You must have so many interesting stories.
You could say that, yes.
Please, come in, come in.
We could get
I'm
some,
Alan Brentwell, owner and
we could
publisher
start
of
writing
Brentwell
detective
magazine.
stories.
Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Goodness, what a stench. When
did you last wash?
Oh no, he doesn't.
Oh, that? No, I've just got these ashes of a burned woman in my coat.
I see.
Reasons for doing so. If you'd ever like to write an article about the experience, I'll be glad to take a look at it.
Oh my goodness.
Confessions of a Steam Addict by Ezra Bartley. I think I'm better off not knowing.
Miles is a little bit too
For
truthful.
Whom the Bell Almost Tolled by Suki Snobs. Fascinating stuff. For the publisher of a sensationalist rag, Brentwell is awfully well read. Assuming he actually has read all those books, of course.
Maybe it's at the police station. We'll come back. Let's see, police station.
Dear Lord, what is that smell? Did you step in something out there, Fordham?
Private investigation is a dirty job, Upton. You know that. Got a moment, Upton?
Yes, but let's make this quick.
Okay, maybe Dr. Edwards is at the police station.
Would it be possible for me to access the mortuary?
The mortuary? What for?
I'd like to consult with Dr. Edwards.
All right, but be careful. Make sure you don't let Snelling see you back there.
Okay,
That's it for
beautiful.
now.
So it was
Better
the
get
police
back to it,
station.
then.
Dr. Edwards' lab was always a fascinating place to learn about death. A bit less so now that
He's
I'm
gonna be
quite the
one of those crazy scientist types.
Oh, did I miss cleaning up some bit of that last corpse? Oh, Fordham, what brings you down here?
Hello, Edwards. I was wondering if I could pick your brain.
Yes, of course. There's one in a jar over there, and I may have another one around here somewhere.
That coroner humor never gets old, does it?
Little graveyard
let me know
humor
what you
there.
want to discuss. This fellow's not going anywhere.
Let's
This
examine
provides
some of
the
his.
room with just the right amount of heat. Unlike the incinerators in the crematorium. Talk about overkill.
Oh god, that'd be terrible, Jack.
It's important to keep your hands clean when dealing with dead bodies. After all, you never know where they've been. Until after the post-mortem exam, anyway. I wonder if Edwards ever got around to fixing this typewriter. The letter E being out of alignment always made his reports a nightmare to read. You've seen one dissected torso, you've seen them all. It sure is a lot of
It is kind of
rubbish
fun
crammed
to
inside
examine
our
all this
upper
stuff and
bodies,
get
isn't
Bill's
it?
sassy
The brain is
descriptions.
truly a fascinating organ. If only more people used it. A fine example of well-developed deltoids, latissimus dorsi, and gluteus maximi. I remember when Edwards used to keep his collection of preserved reproductive organs on this shelf. He must be getting soft in his old age. Or perhaps that's exactly what happened to his collection. I remember when Edwards used to keep, or perhaps, assorted lab equipment for setting things on fire or causing explosions. You know, the perfect way to pass the time.
You know, for science.
Well, at least he died with a smile on his face. Sort of. Looks rather fresh. There's a plaque at the base of the jar that says H. Putnam.
Oh, Harry Putnam.
I'm pretty sure I saw Edwards weighing his lunch on this
There's a
once.
brain in a vat.
I feel sorry for the poor slob who has to clean that out. Seems to be empty for now. That's most definitely a good thing. Edwards must have some very good friends in the department who have gotten this custom-made table. It does suit the room, though.
The skulls definitely help.
Not a stitch of clothing on him. As if having your torso ripped open and poked around inside weren't bad enough. There truly is no dignity in death. Edwards keeps assorted bottles and specimens in there. Nothing too remarkable that I can see. I'd say being hooked up to that machine was the worst experience of my life, except I was already dead at the time. Imagine a giant mosquito sucking out all your blood and then replacing it with formaldehyde. Not very pleasant. Nice pair of legs.
Pardon me, Edwards.
Yes?
You didn't examine Bill after he died, did you?
Ha! He wishes.
No, there was nothing inconclusive about his death. He died from impact after falling from the roof of a building. Why? Was there something else I should have looked into?
No, I was just curious.
As fond as I am of Edwards, it would have been a bit much for him to go poking around my insides.
So, Snelling got promoted to chief, did he?
Yes, not too long after you left. Personally, I think he took advantage of your situation to change things around here.
Was it really that much of a shock? Bill and I weren't exactly the most well-liked detectives on the force.
But you were respected. You two solved over 350 cases in 15 years. You were an institution.
Damn right we were. It's so easy for people to resent their more successful peers.
Edwards.
Well, at least
Nice to
we've
know
got that
someone
good
missed us.
reputation to back us up.
Keeping busy down here, Edwards?
Oh, you know me. I've always got my hands in someone.
Edwards always did have a way with words.
He's putting his foot in his mouth.
Really. The victim died of a gunshot wound to the head. Last week, though, we had a real kicker. An old man was brought in, and though he appeared quite dead, I was told that he'd been in a trance for over half a year. Apparently, he was hypnotized right at the point of death, and somehow managed to remain alive, in a fashion. In any case, when I began performing the exam, his entire body decayed into a putrefied mess within minutes. It was fascinating.
Should you really be giving me these details, Edwards?
Oh, hell, I don't mind telling you, Miles. It's not like you're going to go tell Snelling. Besides, you're the only one who's come to see me all week. Dead people make lousy conversationalists.
Hey,
Edwards
I
is
take offense to that
probably
statement.
was like, I was just eating my lunch while it happened. Nothing to see there.
I've got these human ashes from a crime scene.
Straight to the point. I knew I liked you for a reason, Fordham. Who do they belong to?
Desiree Lathan. She was a Gascon Grande Dame.
Oh, of course. I heard about that case. She was found burned in her home, wasn't she?
That's right.
I meant to go over there later today.
Well, then I suppose I've saved you the journey. Would you have a look at these?
Does this mean you're officially on the case?
Not as such. In fact, I'd appreciate it if you didn't mention I'd been here.
Ah, clandestine operation. Sneaking around under Snelling's nose.
I don't have much of a choice. I'm pretty much persona non grata around here these days.
Well, you're always welcome in my mortuary. Preferably while still breathing, of course.
Oh, dead or alive.
I'll just take those ashes off your hands. I'm sure your social life will soon improve.
Yes, I was making quite the impression.
This is an interesting choice of container.
It was either that or carry them around in my bare hands.
Well, I'm a bit busy right now, but I should have something for you within the next couple of hours. But you do realize the information won't be exclusive to you. I'll have to pass it on to the detectives on the case.
Naturally. That just gives me more of an incentive to work quickly. I found this piece of burned cloth at the crime scene. Could you take a look at it for me?
This is from the Lathan case?
It is, yes.
What do you need me to look at exactly?
Oh, no.
It appears to have some oily
Oh,
residue.
the oily residue. That was right.
Interesting. I'm afraid I have my hands full right now, but you can feel free to use my workbench if you'd like.
To do what exactly?
Surely they taught you something about basic chemical analysis when you worked here.
No.
Yes, well, I always let Bill handle the more technical aspects of our cases.
A real pity I'm not around to help you anymore, isn't it?
But I'll have a look and see if something comes back to me. That's all I need to know for the
Oh,
moment.
jeez, we got some intense
Anytime.
drivers out there. Sorry about that. Okay, maybe we can figure it out. Oh god, that'd be
It's
terrible.
been ages since we got to do any type of chemical analysis. This will be grand.
Dr. Edwards, could you remind me what it is I'm meant
We
to
don't want to
doing?
be walking around with
Yes, of
ashes
course.
everywhere.
Go ahead and get as much of that oily residue from the cloth into the petri dish. Good. Now add some of the chemical reagent in the red bottle to the dish.
At least we're being walked through this.
Aha! The oil turned orange.
Yes! The reagent has caused a chemical reaction and changed the oil's color. Isn't science fun?
Quite. But how does this help me?
I have some samples of the most common types of flammable oils on the shelf. Go ahead and add them to the test tubes. Good. Now simply check each one with the reagent to see if you can find a match.
And if I don't find one?
Then I suggest going out and looking for more oil samples.
I get the feeling the empty one suggests that we have more oil samples to find, as he suggests.
Well, oil be damned. Looks like that's not a match. Oh, you love it.
Dang it, Bill. I know, we got intense drivers periodically around
So
here.
much for kerosene being the culprit.
Oh, coal oil. I get the feeling all three of these are going to be a dud, and it's going to be whatever a fourth one is.
Too bad. I would have bet on it being coal oil. Looks like ammonium chloride. Won't be of much use to us in this experiment.
Okay, so we need more oil samples in order to be able to determine what it is. Hey, welcome, Landon. This is called Lamplight City. We're a detective investigating crimes in an alternate history steampunk Victorian setting. Our partner died in the prologue, and now he's haunting us until we find his killer. And so we're doing various investigations while off the police force to hopefully find some connection to be able to catch the killer and otherwise get our ghost partner to stop bothering us from beyond the grave. Okay, so that one gets that one out of the way, meaning we can probably go to these other places now. Now this guy's going like, dear God, you haven't stepped in something.
Empty. Too bad.
To the box.
Useful for getting to those hard-to-reach places. In my
It's
case,
a pretty fun one.
That's everywhere.
It does a good bit of investigation.
Well, as a front row seat to all the horrible things he might
Yeah,
want to write
it's a
about
pretty
in
fun
his
point-and-click adventure game. It doesn't really have much of an inventory system, as you pick up the items and use them automatically.
I can only begin to imagine.
I have some questions for you, Mr.
And there's things where you can
Wonderful. It's
screw
so
up the cases
seldom I
by
get to answer
asking or
questions.
saying the wrong thing.
What made you decide to start this business?
I always wanted to be a journalist.
But the
I
art
never
and the
had
voice
much luck
acting's
with
really
any of
nice
the
as
local
well.
papers,
The
though.
world building is
So
pretty
I
interesting.
decided to start my own. I admit it's not exactly what I wanted, but I like to think Brentwell magazine has found its own unique voice.
Voice? More like a gurgling scream.
Unfortunately, our ghost partner is a very sassy, makes very sassy
Tell me about Brentwell
observations.
magazine.
We're a monthly publication focusing on both fiction and non-fiction pieces. My dream was to have a magazine that was well-respected and educational. But sadly, it seems today's audiences are much more interested in reading about sightings of giant bat creatures or mysterious buried treasures.
Yeah, there's a good bit of fun with
I
it.
hear you have a bit of a reputation for making your reporters do questionable things for their articles.
You are mistaken, Mr.
But there's
Porter. I
5
don't force
cases
my
and
writers
the
to do
prologue.
anything. They seem to have this notion that the more extreme their research, the more authentic the articles
This
will
one
be.
looks to be the
What
third.
sort of
This is the
extremes are we
third
talking
case.
about here?
We had one writer who attempted to heighten the sensation of fear she wanted to express in her story. Damn near decapitated herself by sticking her head through an opening at the clock tower at St. Denis Cathedral. Ugh. Thankfully, she made it out alive. It would have been quite the predicament if she hadn't. Especially considering that was our most popular article last year. Oh, people have such
Jeez.
odd taste.
It's like some Edgar Allan Poe level
What can you
kind
tell
of
me
horror
about
stuff.
Desiree Lathan?
Desiree Lathan.
Well, you can
Oh,
mess
well,
up
she
and
did me a
hit a
few
dead
weeks ago in
end so
response
that you
to
have
an
to
ad I
declare the
took out
case
requesting
unsolvable,
articles.
which will move
She
you on
told
to the
me
next
she had
one.
an idea readers would love. We agreed
But
on
from my
£3
understanding,
per
if you
paragraph.
declare too many
She was
cases
on her way.
unsolvable, you'll
Think
get a
of
bad
it.
ending.
I haven't heard from her in a few days.
Were you aware that Miss Lathan is dead?
What? No, I had no idea.
Yeah, this one's a pretty fun if you
I'm
like
not exactly
a
sure.
point-and-click
She seems
adventure
to have burned
game.
to death under mysterious circumstances.
Mysterious circumstances?
Most of her body was burnt to ash, but there's very little fire damage around her. It's as though she herself just caught fire.
Oh, that sounds positively ghastly. Oh dear.
Is something wrong?
I just remembered. The article she was writing.
The inner flame.
I hope she didn't go too far with her research.
What exactly was Desiree's article about?
I'm not entirely sure. She merely came to me with the
We still
proposal.
need to
She didn't tell
find
you
out
what
about this
that
Peter
idea was?
Andrews guy,
She did,
who's writing all the
but
love letters to her.
I wasn't sure what to make of it.
Please, Mr. Brentwell, stop stalling and tell me what she was writing about.
It was about spontaneous human combustion.
And we had read a book about that on the last case.
What do you know about spontaneous human combustion?
That's the thing, I don't know very much at all. It sounded interesting enough, that's why I accepted Miss Lathan's proposal to write the article about it.
But what do you know about it?
Only that it's a mysterious phenomenon in which a person catches fire spontaneously and burns to death. It sounds exactly as you described Miss Lathan's condition.
Do you know what Miss Lathan's research on the subject involved?
Only the one contact I gave her, a Miss Angela Maxwell at the Spectre Society in Gascon.
And we spoke with Angela Maxwell on the last case.
The Spectre Society, huh? I shouldn't be surprised to hear that.
And that's where we found the book on spontaneous...
Actually, I am.
Then I suggest you do some research there.
Oh, wonderful.
Bound
That
to be
sends us back
something
there.
relevant in that curious library
Okay, you have a great
of
night,
theirs.
Jack Dina.
Thank you. Perhaps I will. Thanks for your time, Mr. Brentwell.
The pleasure is all mine.
Nice. So that puts us back at the Spectre Society. Not to mention that the last time, by telling her about Bill, meant that she'd be more helpful.
Welcome back, Mr. Fordham.
Did I ask you about some things, Miss Maxwell?
Certainly, darling.
Are you familiar with a woman named Desiree Lathan?
She's still rocking that
Yes,
headband.
she came to see me just last week. She told me she was doing research for an article she was writing for Brentwell magazine.
What sort of research?
She asked me a few questions and looked at my books. That was all. She wasn't here for very long.
And what was she researching?
Something about spontaneous human combustion, I believe.
What can you tell me about spontaneous human combustion?
I'm not overly familiar with the
That's right,
subject,
we already
but
did read the
I
book.
do have a book about it on the shelf back there. You are welcome to look at it if it will help.
I may, but I'd like to know what your understanding of it is.
Well, I believe it is when the human body inexplicably
And the
catches
curious
fire
thing
and
is,
burns.
what met
usually
the
occurs
descriptions
among
of it.
elderly women who drink to excess, and very little fire damage is caused around the body. That's really all I know, darling. It's not a very agreeable subject for
And of course,
study.
the fact that it's conveniently like that suggests that there's probably that it was framed, especially
know
because
that
of the oily
Desiree Lathan is
residue
dead?
on the
What?
cloth.
My God, no! I didn't. What happened to her?
She was found burned to death in her bed.
How awful.
Do you have any idea how this may have happened?
There are a number of possibilities, but if she was in the middle of researching spontaneous human combustion, and then to have this happen, it can't be a coincidence.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree.
Are you suggesting she herself was a victim of spontaneous combustion?
One need only compare the circumstances of her
Hey,
death with the facts.
Javert, thank you for
She
the.
can't be serious, can she?
Thank you for the sub.
Thank you for the information. It was very enlightening.
It was my pleasure, darling.
Yeah, I get the feeling that it's not the that someone murdered her. Okay, there it is. Mysteries.
This all sounds strangely familiar, but spontaneous human combustion can't be real, can it? Then again, sometimes the simplest explanation is the correct one.
I get the feeling that it's a lot more complicated. Each case we've had so far, has the most obvious thing has been the dead end. Okay. Spontaneous human combustion is a highly controversial subject, but remains popular among scholars and aficionados of the occult and unexplained. The term refers to death from a fire originating without any apparent source of external ignition. The fire is believed to start within the body of the victim. The 1823 book Medical Jurisprudence states the commonalities in recorded cases of spontaneous human combustion include the following characteristics. The victims are chronic alcoholics. They are usually elderly females. The hands and feet usually fall off. The fire has caused very little damage to things around the body. A residue of greasy and fetid ashes is left behind. Most physicians and investigators strongly believe that spontaneous human combustion is a product of alcoholism. And that's the thing. She was living in a rather sparse bedroom. It doesn't... Wait, didn't they say that she was drinking pretty heavily that night?
I don't think there's anything...
I wonder if I could take the book.
It's nice of Miss Maxwell to let people borrow her books, even if they are all just a bunch of nonsense. And coming from me, that's really saying something.
Dang it, let me take your book.
I don't think there's any... What a ridiculous contraption.
Wonder if she had any notes in the guest book as well.
There's quite a few members in this group. There's quite a few...
Dang it, the notes in the guest book don't help us this time.
I never much cared for all that... Ooh, spooky!
I'll be going now.
May the spirits guide
I think that the
which
simple
you
one... I think the simple explanation is probably not the right one.
Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to the law offices of
Oh,
Usher
they got
and
Rice
Prince. May I
Krispies.
help you?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Miles Fordham. I'm a private investigator, and I'm looking for Jonas Usher.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir, but Mr. Usher is not seeing anyone today. If it's a matter of urgent legal importance, you could see Mr. Bryce.
What, these Rice Krispie treats? Self.
The plaque says it's a portrait of Thomas Usher. Looks like a real go-getter.
Quick, we just need to punch out the secretary.
Seems like they've got some kind of modern message delivery service in here. Of all the things to spend your money on. That pipe really clashes with the rest of the decor in here.
So far we have talked with the magazine folks. We have also gone back, led us back to the Spectre Society, and we looked again at the book on spontaneous human combustion. And although, Miss Maxwell has kind of tried to point us towards spontaneous human combustion as being the culprit,
It would be unwise to barge into Mr. Usher's office having been told he isn't... We need to find a way to make him change his mind.
it feels like that's too simple of an explanation.
Begging your pardon, sir.
Yes?
If I may ask, what is the reason for Mr. Usher's refusal to see anyone today?
He has a rather important trial starting tomorrow, and doesn't want to run the risk of falling ill.
Falling ill?
Mr. Usher is very particular about his health. Very particular.
I see.
I'll wear a mask.
Sir, it is of the utmost importance that I speak with Mr. Usher.
And as I said, he isn't taking visitors today.
But it's in regards to his client, Desiree Lathan. Or should I say, former client.
Miss Lathan found another attorney?
No, I'm sorry to be the one to have to inform you, but she's dead.
Dead? I had no idea.
No? It was in today's newspaper.
I haven't read it yet. Mr. Usher forbids it in the office.
But surely he's read it. Just because he forbids you reading the paper in the office.
No, I mean he forbids the presence of newspapers in the office.
Oh.
He fears they bring in outside germs.
I see.
In any case, if what you say is true, I'll need some sort of proof.
I suppose just bringing in a copy of the newspaper is out of the question, then. We'll have to find another way.
Perhaps Mr. Usher will see me when he sees this.
Oh? What's that?
A letter from Mr. Usher to his client, Desiree Lathan.
What? That's private correspondence. How did you get that?
It was evidence I found at a crime scene.
And how is it relevant?
The crime scene in question was Miss Lathan's own bedroom, where she was found burned to death.
Yeah.
That's quite a claim, Mr. Fordham. I can assure you that Mr. Usher deals primarily with facts. Right now, the only fact this letter proves to me is that you somehow rummaged through Miss Lathan's possessions and acquired it.
He does have a point. We'll need something a bit more
Jeez.
persuasive.
I actually don't have anything to show.
Right. Please stop wasting my time then. I'm very busy.
What we need to do is just like get some ashes
Enjoy
and
the
then just
rest of your
blow it
day,
in his
sir.
face. Is that real enough for you, secretary? You don't even have a name. I wonder if she has anything more to say. You can compliment her on the fact that
Miss
she still
Robineau?
has all her teeth.
Oh, it's you again. Have you come to ask me more questions?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind.
Haha!
No, be my guest.
More people to interrogate.
Is the name Peter Andrews familiar to you?
Oh, she might be our
Peter
lead for finding
Andrews?
Peter Andrews.
Is he still around?
I'd be able to tell you that if you told me who he is.
He's desperate. That's who he is. A lovesick fool who is obsessed with Desi. Sent her love letters all of the time.
Well, you know where I can
The
find him.
side character is
Why would
busy.
you want to?
Because I want to question him about Miss Lathan's death.
Oh, I suppose that makes some sense. All I remember Desi telling me is that he worked at the Bank of Vespuccia, a clerk or some such. Imagine.
Thank you.
She's
That's
doing her
very
rich
helpful.
person laugh.
Thanks for your time. I'll let you get back to your drink.
But that does
Thanks,
help.
sweetheart.
Yeah, maybe secretary is his last name.
Mr. Fordham.
Ah, Mr. Dupree. Good to see you
Oh,
again.
it's him.
Is all well with you?
Absolutely. Everything is wonderful.
Oh, he might
Because
owe
of
us a
you,
favor.
The city has finally seen Laura Dupree for the monster she is. I cannot thank you enough.
He owes us a
suppose you're
favor.
Welcome.
Now then, is there anything I can help you with?
Yes, I'm looking for Peter Andrews. I was told he worked here.
That's right. His desk is just over there.
Thank you, Mr. Dupree. Lovely seeing you.
Oh, it's interesting how some of the cases interact beyond the for getting them solved in the correct way. Like, that is just very much interesting to have the
Mr.
character from the
Andrews.
first case return.
Yes?
Miles Fordham, private investigator. May I ask you a few questions?
Yes, I suppose that would be
From
fine.
secretary
Have a
school
seat.
with a
I'd rather
secretary
stand,
degree.
if it's all the same to you. Now then,
He is a master's in secretarian.
exactly what is your role here at the bank?
I'm the manager. I handle the new accounts, organize finance, that sort of thing.
Well, that's really
Been
nice
here
to see
long?
how they have some
Coming up on
continuity between the
17 years.
cases.
Is this at all relevant to your investigation?
Anything could be, Mr. Andrews. Do you know Desiree Lathan?
Desiree Lathan? No, I can't say the name rings any bells.
Liar! I doubt it!
You say you don't know Miss Lathan. Would you care to explain these?
That's
Why are
my...
they crumpled up?
That's my identical twin.
And why do you have them?
I just love catching people like this.
Relax.
For
Mr.
once, I
Andrews.
agree with Bill.
Let's take this slowly. Now, I can assume by your reaction that these are your letters?
Yes, they are.
So why did you lie about knowing Miss Lathan?
I promised my wife I would cut off contact.
Ooh.
But you clearly didn't.
This is
The most
getting...
recent letter is from 2
This is
weeks
getting
ago.
spicy.
Did she hire you?
Your wife? No, that's not why I'm here.
Ah, well, that's somewhat of a relief then.
So your wife knows about your correspondence with Miss Lathan?
Well, I don't know if you could really call it correspondence. Desiree never wrote back. But yes, Peggy, that is to say, Margaret found out shortly after we married.
Exactly how many letters did this bounder send, I wonder?
At first, I tried to make it out that she was just a friend, but she found one of the more intimate ones while I was writing it.
I see. And what was her reaction?
What do you think? I still have the scar from the glass that she threw at me.
You're still married?
Oh, yes. Margaret comes from a very strict Catholic family. They would sooner she die than divorce. It hasn't been easy. She makes sure to take full advantage of the situation. Always buying herself the most expensive jewelry and spending a fortune on food for those wretched cats.
Oh, she's a crazy cat
than I
lady.
am.
Where might I find Mrs. Andrews? I'd like to speak to her.
Our house is at 713 Longfellow Street, just at the edge of Gascon. But I warn you, it's a goddamn menagerie she's got. I'd stay away if you're averse.
All right,
Covered in
we gotta
blood.
find the case of the crazy
I'll
cat
take
lady.
my chances. Were you aware of Miss Lathan's death?
What? Desiree is dead? No.
She was found burned to death in her bed.
You're lying. You have to be.
I'm afraid I'm not, Mr. Andrews.
Oh, Desiree.
Do you have any idea who might have wanted to kill her?
No, she was a marvelous woman.
Well, I'm sorry to have to be the bearer of bad news, but at least you won't have to worry about writing any more letters.
Or you can leave them on the tombstone.
Yes, it was. Don't listen to him.
Thanks for your time, Mr. Andrews.
What if we could actually
We
talk
haven't
with...
got anything else to ask him about right now. What an absurd contraption. Imagine needing all those extra bits
With his
and bobs
return will
just to
come
tell the
Ragnarok.
time.
Oh, yeah, I think I remember like a Roald Dahl story of that sort where
I tried using one of these automatic
where she
money
murders him with
dispensers
the
once, but I nearly got
roast
my
and then
arm
cooks
stuck
it and serves
inside.
it to the
They
police.
still got a long way to go. Yeah, impressive.
But I
bit
don't
of
think there was the
hardware.
motive of
It would take
divorce
a criminal
or
mastermind to
death.
rob this bank.
Come on, Bill, use your ghost powers. We can investigate and break into this bank. Yeah, you just gotta have a letterbox by the tombstone. Wait, which one's his house? Andrew's residence. We got this. We're making progress. You don't
Nice
understand?
house.
He is Death
It
Destroyer of
definitely
Worlds.
screams eccentric person lives here.
Nice.
Speaking of which, that must be Mrs. Andrews over there with those rodents.
She's like, they're not rodents, they're my babies.
Rats with fluffy tails. How anyone can find them endearing is beyond me.
Excuse me, Mrs. Andrews?
May I help you?
I'm Miles Fordham, private investigator. I was hoping you could answer a few questions.
All right then. Don't worry, my darlings, Mommy.
Oh no, she is calling them her babies.
If you're a nice man, then I'll give you all the nuts you can eat. My little friends just adore nuts, Mr. Fordham.
Because she
Explains why
is
squirrels
nuts.
are so attracted to her.
Do you have any hobbies or pastimes, Mrs. Andrews?
Well, of course. I do a bit of knitting and I take care of my pets.
I take it you're fond of animals?
Oh, yes. I just love animals.
That
Most
emphasis.
better company than people.
Is that right?
Well, consider this, Mr. Fordham. Animals can't betray you or lie.
Like husbands
I
can.
don't like where this is going.
My furry little companions would never hurt me, unlike several humans I could name.
Who are these companions exactly?
Why, my darling little kitties and squirrel friends, of course.
Come on, please tell me we get into her house.
Your squirrel friends are quite tame.
Oh, aren't they just the sweetest? And so smart, too.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
They come up and put their little paws on my hands as though they were giving me little squirrel hugs. And the way they look into my eyes, I can almost hear them say,
She's training those squirrels to kill.
Well, at least you can be grateful that it's only my voice you hear and not some rabid squirrels.
Ah, that'd be great, haunted by a rabid squirrel. Teaching us to solve squirrel crimes.
Tell me about your cats.
They're the most wonderful little dears. Do you have any pets?
Afraid not. My wife isn't too fond of cleaning up after animals.
Pity. Cats make wonderful pets. They're good company and are independent, unlike dogs. Edgar and Hubert are my pride and joy. I give them only the best of everything, and they in turn give me their unconditional...
Wait, she only has 2 cats. She can't be a crazy cat lady.
Delightful.
She needs
I
like
used
10
to have
more.
a wonderful cat named Tobias, but oh, he had an unfortunate accident.
That's only 3 cats.
That's why I never let my 2 angels out of the house.
What happened to Tobias the cat?
Oh, I really rather not talk about that. It wasn't my finest hour. Let's just say it was an honest misunderstanding which got blown way out of proportion.
Well, now I just have to know what happened. I hate it when people tease gossip and don't deliver.
I agree, Bill. I need to know this story.
Did you know Desiree Lathan?
Not personally. I never met her, but I knew exactly who she was.
And who was that?
A miserable drunk. Always going out and getting liquored up at her so-called socialite balls.
Oh, that's only putting him more towards human
So
combustion.
fancy and high class, but it's really just a bunch of bitter old hags getting together to gossip about each other with that kind of lifestyle. It was only a matter of time before I caught up with her.
It was her. She totally did it.
Do you happen to know anything about the circumstances surrounding the death of Miss Lathan?
I read in the paper that she was burned to death. In her bed, wasn't it?
That's right. Do you have any idea how that may have happened?
Well, I already told you she was a drunk. Maybe she came home plastered and decided to smoke in bed. I'm rather surprised she was sleeping alone. That woman got around, if you know what I mean.
She certainly seems to know a lot about Desiree for someone who claims to have never met her.
Thank you for the chat. It was very enlightening.
Oh, my pleasure, Mr. Fordham. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to get back to tending to my little darlings.
I'm just thinking of Amori, where it's just like ends the phone call, "Mommy loves you." I just feel like that she says something similar to the squirrels. Ah, we can't even go inside and see all the crazy cats. Even if she only has 2. That did point us in a direction. Something. We should have probably checked our, I have no suspects. Okay, let's see, speak with the usher, investigate the supper club. I'll report the death as the result of spontaneous human combustion. I don't know, I don't think that that's actually... So I feel like that it can't be that simple. Not to mention, it feels like we're missing a lot of stuff. I wonder if Brenwell magazine has anything more after speaking with the inspectors.
I don't think there's really...
Yeah, I didn't think as much. You can mug her for the keys to her place, but she has attack squirrels. There's no way I could take her. At least not without backup. And I don't think Bill is ready to back us up.
I may have more questions for you later.
I can scarcely contain my excitement.
I just visited just to bring that up to her.
Welcome back, Mr.
I don't think there's anything... It's nice of him coming from...
Yeah, I still can't borrow.
I'll be going now.
May this...
I know, that is pretty strange. Maybe there is something in the place that we missed.
Judging by these books, let's just hope her taste was better than Madame Dupree's. Definitely too young to be Miss Lathan. Perhaps a relative? You have to hand it to her.
Okay, so that was what we've already seen. That's for the supper club that it led us to.
No title. I doubt it's a diary. People rarely leave those things laying out in the open.
Well then, why don't you check and see what book it is?
Nothing new to ask him about, right?
I'm afraid I need to...
All right. Doesn't look as though this fireplace has been used in... As much as I like this painting, this isn't... Miss Lathan's half-written article about... Nothing else of interest.
Yeah, there still isn't anything interesting with that. The ash pile was where we got the cloth.
Alas, poor... Come to think of it, I don't think there's much else we can learn just by looking at these ashes, Miles. There's a tattoo on her ankle. This one's clean. Well, I don't think Desiree...
Bill?
What?
Yeah, there's nothing new with the corpse. I think the police station's probably our next best bet, because maybe the doctor has something that would allow us to go further. I don't think that we want to just simply wrap up the case and declare it.
Upton?
Yes, but let's make this quick.
Oh, the wrap-up case.
That's it for now.
Better get...
Yeah, we're not going to wrap it up. Maybe Dr. Edwards has more stuff for us.
Yes?
Have you had a chance to look at those ashes I gave you?
Yes, I have.
Nice!
Unfortunately, there isn't much I can tell you. The victim burned to death at a very high temperature. These ashes are greasy and putrid because of liquefied fat from the body, which burned like a candle. As to what caused her to burn, I cannot say without more evidence. I'm sorry, Miles.
It's quite all right, Edwards. I appreciate the information nonetheless.
Well, just so you don't go away empty-handed, have a copy of my report. Maybe it will be
Oh,
of some
we could
use.
probably use the report for the Usher
Thanks.
place.
That's all I needed to know for the moment.
Anytime, Fordham.
So we need to find another oil sample so that we can actually determine what oil was used to burn her. Yeah. Oh, I thought we were gonna have like a cutscene where Snelling comes out. Darn it, Fordham, you're a loose cannon!
It would be unwise to we need to find...
Haha, here's an official
Beg your
report.
pardon, sir.
Yes?
I still think it would be funny to blow
Perhaps Mr.
Desiree's
Usher will
ashes
see
in his
sees
face.
Oh, what's that?
A report from Dr. Malcolm Edwards, the city coroner, confirming Miss Lathan's untimely demise.
Ah!
Let me see that.
You can't argue with the coroner's report.
Oh my. Wait one moment, would you?
What is the meaning of this?
Wait, he's got a
The gentleman
name.
who brought that is a private investigator. He's waiting outside to see you.
Send him in then.
You heard him, Mr. Fordham. You may go inside and see Mr. Usher.
Thank you kindly.
Name was Martin's secretary. Haha, we're making progress. Oh no.
So, a private investigator, are you?
That's right. Miles Fordham is my name.
Jonas Usher, a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Pleasure's all mine.
So, it would seem that Miss Lathan has shuffled off the mortal coil, as it were.
I'm sorry to say that is indeed the case.
Please come in, have a seat. Make yourself comfortable. I only ask
I
you
know,
to
it
kindly
does-
wash your hands in the basin first, and limit what you touch in here.
This one seems a bit on edge, doesn't he?
It does feel like it would still...
Thank you, Mr. Fordham. I appreciate your cooperation.
Is there anything more boring than books on
It doesn't
law?
seem like it would just be
reading the
with
titles is
spontaneous
making me
human
drowsy.
combustion. It definitely feels like it would have to be something that's still murder related. Like, it just doesn't seem to be too simple like that.
Stern-looking lady. Judging by how full these bottles are, Usher doesn't indulge much. What a waste.
Huh, he doesn't have much to actually comment on in his place.
Mr. Usher, I have some questions for you.
And hopefully I have your answers.
How long have you been practicing law, Mr. Usher?
Usher and Price has been operating since 1805. I took over from my father 15 years ago. The stress hasn't helped my heartburn, I can tell you that. Why, just last night I was tossing and turning because I couldn't stand the burning in my throat. That's why I've got these bags under my eyes, you know.
Ah, yes. And Mr. Price?
He's still here, although I think he'll probably be retiring soon as well. But the law firm has done well over the years, and I have a feeling it'll do even better in the years to come.
Oh, why is that?
We're currently beginning a group litigation against Royal Maverick for the Ligeia disaster.
Oh, that was
I'm
mentioned in the
confident
second
that
case.
We'll recover quite a significant sum for the families of those killed. You weren't by chance affected by the disaster, were you?
No,
Thankfully, I wasn't.
we're not going to be part of that class
Shame.
action
Could've
lawsuit.
joined the class action and done quite well when we win.
You know, I always thought we detectives made our living off human tragedy.
Mr. Usher, I've noticed from your rules and habits that you seem to have a particular aversion to germs. Why is that, if I may ask?
I've been ill most of my life, Mr. Fordham. I was a sickly child.
That's
and
true. Same thing
unfortunately,
happens
my
with
condition
sodium.
hasn't improved with age. It's a miracle I'm still alive. That's why I'm so careful about exposing myself to germs.
I see.
How's my color? Do I look pale to you?
Not particularly.
I saw myself in the mirror this morning and thought I looked a bit peaked. Also, my leg has been hurting more than usual, which has
Oh,
been
it could be
cause
a
for
bit of a
concern.
hypochondriac.
You've really done it, Miles.
Yes, well, moving on. What can you tell me about Desiree Lathan?
She was a lovely...
I know, now that I'm
sad to
curious
hear
as
of her
to if I had
unfortunate
gotten them
passing.
wrong.
How long had you been her attorney?
She retained me some 10 years ago, I believe.
That's quite a long time.
Yes, I remember I had just gotten over a bout of melancholia and been able to work in nearly a month. I didn't think I'd make it out of that, but luckily things took a turn for the better. Miss Lathan came to see me, and I've served as her attorney ever since.
Would you say Miss Lathan is a wealthy woman?
Indeed I would. Her estate is worth a significant sum. Of course, you understand that this is confidential information, so I cannot tell you the exact amount.
But who benefits from her death? It's really a good question, because they changed the will.
I found this letter in Miss Lathan's bedroom, which mentions that she recently changed her will. Could you tell me a bit more about the circumstances surrounding this change?
That's not an uncommon occurrence.
I know,
People
Miles
change their
does
wills
look
all the time.
really
Relatives and friends
ill.
fall in and out of favor constantly.
Had Miss Lathan made
But then
changes
again,
to her will
considering
previously?
everything with
No,
Bill's
this
death
was the
was
first time.
soporific and
What
getting
change did
plastered
she
last night,
Just a change to her beneficiary. Nothing
it
out
certainly
of the ordinary.
And when did this change
probably makes sense.
About 4 months ago.
But who
if
was
I
the
recall
beneficiary
correctly.
then?
Yes, it was definitely in June, because I'd been in bed with a nasty stomach flu at the end of May.
He doesn't need a
That
calendar.
was no fun, let me tell you. I think I lost.
He doesn't
nearly
need a
6
calendar. He
pounds
has
from the
he has
constant
his
trips to the
illnesses to mark
WC.
time.
Couldn't keep a thing down, and whatever did stay down soon came out the other end, if you get my meaning.
I'd say his meaning is regrettably impossible to avoid.
Who did Miss Lathan name as her new beneficiary?
Mr. Fordham, please. You know I couldn't possibly tell you that. There is such a thing as attorney-client privilege.
Jeez. Tell me or I'll sneeze on you.
Do you not find it suspicious, Mr. Usher, that Miss Lathan died under such mysterious circumstances only 4 months after naming a new beneficiary? You said yourself she was wealthy. Does it not make sense that someone might have wanted her inheritance?
I suppose it's not entirely out of the question.
Right. So tell me the name of Miss Lathan's beneficiary so I can determine if this was, in fact, a murder.
Very well. It was a man named Roger DeVay.
Do you have any information on where I can find him?
Only his address. It's 775 Pumblechook Place in Chumley.
That'll do nicely.
Interesting.
Thank you, Mr. Usher.
So we have a suspect now. Because that's awfully damn convenient for all of those things.
Can you think of anyone who may have wanted to harm Miss Lathan?
No, I can't. What makes you think that someone actually killed her?
It seems the most plausible explanation.
Miss Lathan was getting on in years. It's likely she may have developed a case of pneumonia. That's the most common killer of the elderly, you know. I had it when I was younger. Most unpleasant. Constant coughing, spitting up phlegm,
Yeah, but you don't really
rattling in
catch
lungs.
spontaneous human
Thankfully,
combustion.
I made a full recovery.
But supposing that was the cause of death, how would it explain the fact that her body was completely burned?
Pneumonia
She was a
victims
smoker.
usually have
Perhaps
that.
she was having a cigarette when she died and dropped it on the bed, causing it to catch fire.
I found no cigarette butts at the crime scene.
I'm merely offering my opinion, Mr. Fordham. You can take it or leave it.
I think we should leave it.
Thank you for your help, Mr. Usher.
The pleasure is all mine, Mr. Fordham.
That gets us what we needed. So then, now we have a new person to investigate. A new person of interest, if you would. Ah, no, pneumonia usually only leaves your legs. And a hand. Oh, and he's an artsy type. That definitely means he definitely is probably like the poor starving artist. If this goes the usual kind of way that you would imagine for a crime thing.
Did Usher give us the wrong address? This should be 775, but there's no
He
building
is a
here.
poor starving artist. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, those aren't half bad. Too bad they aren't finished. I wonder if they're going to be used to keep the fire going.
Oh no. Oh, makeshift tent.
Doesn't look like much, but I bet it keeps the rain off. Assuming there's no wind.
Of course, keep in mind that the hand also gives the fingers before rigor mortis sets in.
These aren't in such bad shape, really. As far as the chum goes,
I mean, he does
this
have
is
a
one
nice
of the nicer
hat.
areas. By chum standards, that's practically a four-poster. I used to draw funny pictures of rich people on walls too when I was a kid. Never did a lick of good, but it would always make me feel better. Hey, that's just like the one we had when I was a boy. Good old Rusty. He served us well.
Excuse me.
Yeah?
Is this 775 Pumblechook Place?
Yeah, it would be if the building were still here.
Oh, I see. Might I ask you a few questions?
You can ask.
What's your name, sir?
Me? I'm Herman. Herman Shaw.
Oh,
How long
okay.
have you been living
Then we
here?
were probably in the wrong place.
I've been here for ages. Since before the building got condemned and was torn down. They pretty much
Yeah,
forced
let's
us out to say
honestly just let
a
me
couple
know.
of us came
No,
back and set
this
up
isn't
here.
the person we're
Seemed
looking
like a
for.
good idea. And I had nowhere else
We're
to go.
looking for a
That's not so
Roger
bad,
DeFay, and
except
this
when
one
it
is
rains. And I
Herman
guess
Shaw.
we'll have to bundle up a bit more when it gets cold.
Unless some case of mistaken
other than
identity,
that,
and he's just
like the
trying to
place is
fool
still
us.
standing.
There's some of that classic chum ingenuity. Or maybe it's just delusion.
But we're trying to look for the beneficiary.
Do you know Roger DeVay?
Know him? Of course I know him. He lives here with me.
He does?
Well, whenever he decides to come home, anyway. Rest of the time, I suspect he finds a way to sleep at his job. Me, I do the same, except I can't stand the smell of the horses.
Do you know where Mr. DeVay works?
Nah, he never told me.
Something to do with horses.
Do you know a woman named Desiree Lathan?
Nah, I don't know many women. They're not too fond of my company. Well, I don't understand why. I always try to be a perfect gentleman. Guess it just don't got the charm. I
I suspect him to do like spit or something.
He's a big hit with ladies, you know.
Is that right?
Oh yeah. He no sooner looks at them than they're falling at his feet. Real natural, that one. Never brings back here though. Always winds up staying with him, getting a free meal and a soft bed out of it. Well, the bohemian lifestyle ain't for everyone. Maybe someday my luck will change.
I'm sure it will change the day he decides to take a bath.
What happened to this place? Why was it condemned?
The building was old, in a pretty sad state, so the inspectors came by and said it was unfit for living. There was a whole lot of us here.
Well, the question is where we can find Roger from here.
Why don't you go to a workhouse?
You wouldn't be asking if you'd ever been inside one. It's wall-to-wall people, children crying, sick folk coughing all over you.
But there's plenty of that out here, too.
Well, sure, but out here, there's freedom. Nobody telling you what to do except the odd copper. Not even many of them in this neighborhood. Besides, this is my home. Just because it's missing a few walls don't mean I ought to abandon it.
You look somewhat familiar. Didn't I see you protesting outside the Harris construction yard?
Yeah, I was there. What of it?
Were you affected by the Ligeia disaster?
Well, nobody I know was killed, if that's what you mean.
So, why were you protesting the construction of the Lenore?
That Devons fella promised he'd buy us a meal if we stood in the crowd. And for a free meal, I'd do just about anything.
I thank you for your time.
Maybe give us a shilling or two for the trouble?
I'll consider it.
Best not to bother him any further. He's got a hard enough time of it as it is.
Oh, so now we gotta try and track down Roger from all this. I don't think this guy's gonna be any more use to us.
I don't think that.
I think his entire purpose is just to point us to the Spectre Society.
Welcome back.
I don't think there's any.
And there's nothing else here that looks usable.
I'll be going now.
I think if we just wanted to say that it was spontaneous human combustion, then that would be the way to do it. Maybe she knows about Roger DeFay, though.
I may have more questions for you later.
I can...
Mr. Andrew.
Yes?
Ooh, I have more stuff.
Is there anything you can tell me about
Haha,
your old
your cat.
Tobias?
Oh God, there's a name I was hoping never to hear again. She loved that cat. I'm sure she would have married it instead of me if she could. Mangy little bastard was always leaving a mess and knocking things over, but he was Peggy's little angel.
The candles were the culprit. We have to arrest the candles.
So I let him outside, and...
Yes?
The stupid thing managed to get itself killed. Then things got ugly.
How so?
Peggy got a bit carried away, and... well, Let's just say I never imagined a cat could earn someone a criminal record.
The plot thickens.
Oh no.
Or perhaps sickens.
I gotta learn this
Thanks for
story.
your time, Mr. Andrews.
Okay, that might give us some more stuff from the Andrews resident. I gotta learn
Nothing more to
the...
ask her about right now. Leave her to her friends.
I love that hesitancy in Bill's voice. Okay, so that doesn't get us where we need to go. We're definitely missing something.
By chum standard, best not.
Like, we're missing something in terms of the oil. But I get the feeling that anything is just to wrap up the case.
Got a moment, Upton?
Yes, but
Margaret Andrews, there we are.
I need some information on one Margaret Andrews. Apparently, she has a criminal record.
Margaret Andrews, eh? Give
There
me a
we
moment to
go.
look her up in the archives. Yes, here we are.
Thank goodness
Margaret
Upton.
Andrews was brought in for questioning 5 years ago in connection with a fire at a theater in Worcester.
She's an arsonist?
Nothing came of it, but she was briefly a suspect. Oh, there's more. She also had a prior conviction for arson.
You don't say.
The file says she set fire to a cab after the driver ran over her cat. She served 6 months in prison for that.
no.
This was back in 1835.
Fascinating.
Thank you for your help, Upton. This has been extremely valuable.
So, Margaret Andrews has a jealous streak and a penchant for setting things on fire. Seems a likely culprit to me.
Okay, so we could actually
That's it for
accuse
now.
her.
Better get back to it then.
Oh my goodness. Suspect, Margaret Andrews, has a history of violence and a criminal arson record. Oh my goodness, we could point at her. Oh my goodness.
Nothing more to ask.
Ah, jeez. So we need to find something to find Roger DeVay. Especially with him as the beneficiary. Oh, we can't go back to the, Usher and Price place.
Nothing new to ask.
I'm afraid I...
All right.
That is curious. Of course, we don't have anything else there.
Nothing else. Miss Lathan's.
Like, I don't think it was her for, committing this. But we're missing an oil sample that would allow us to... Wait, maybe we need to go back to the police station so we can go back and talk to Dr. Edwards. Because there has to be something that we're missing here. I just think that it's probably more likely that murder for money than anything such as, just a loony gal. Whale oil. I wonder if we can mix these.
Better dispose of the sample.
Oh, okay. So we're missing... So it's not a combination of stuff. We're just missing an oil sample.
We already confirmed this isn't the right substance, Miles. You're just wasting time now.
Quiet, Bill! Where can we get some more oil samples,
I don't think the good doctor has anything else to teach us right now. I remember when Edwards used to... Or perhaps that...
We're definitely missing something. We still haven't found anything to give
Hey,
her.
Addie. Here I am.
Hello, Miles.
And she's undoubtedly still pissed at us. You do not water the begonias while drunk.
Addie?
What is it, Miles?
That coldness.
Addie, please know that I'm deeply sorry for my behavior last night. I'll do everything I can to make it up to you. Would you like me to get some new begonias?
I don't need pretty flowers or pretty words, Miles. I just want things to go back to how they were. That's really all the apology I require.
What have you been up to lately?
Nothing particularly exciting. My usual clients have been scheduling appointments, and I've been trying to get some new ones as well. In my free time, I've been catching up on my reading.
Anything good?
Yes, the conclusion to the dissembling mechanism was just published in Brentwell magazine last week.
What's that?
James Penstroke's latest serial. I wanted to read it to you, but you
Oh,
haven't
that's
been around
right.
much
She
lately.
mentioned that in case
Perhaps
1,
I'll
I
take a
believe.
look now that I can actually concentrate again.
Yes, you could read it to me. I wouldn't mind hearing it again. It would certainly be a nicer way to spend your time than going out drinking.
Was Desiree Lathan a client of yours by any chance?
No, but plenty of the other grand dames used to gossip about her.
What sort of things would they say?
Usually they'd comment about how much she'd had to drink the night before. I got the impression
Yeah.
she was quite the tippler. I hope you're not planning on
Hey,
following
welcome,
her
little
example.
ghost.
That would require me to burn to death in our bed.
Then I stand by my previous statement.
I feel like complimenting her might
You've got
be
an
a
appointment
little
with Charlotte Robineau later today, don't you?
a step
Are
too
you
far.
using your detecting skills on me now?
I spoke with her at the Gascon Supper Club, and she mentioned you. Turns out she knew Desiree Lathan.
Makes sense. That social circle is tiny.
She wasn't very forthcoming,
Hey, we're
though.
playing a
Do you
game.
think you might try and persuade her to talk?
Persuasion shouldn't be necessary.
We're playing
She
a game
usually
called
just
Lamplight
sits in a
City,
chair and starts
where it's a
gossiping
point and
up a
click
storm.
adventure game.
I think I know more about all the Gascon Grand Dames
Addie
than anyone
saves
should.
our butt every
That's
time.
good. That's very good. Right. These are the things I want you to ask her about.
So you want me to take off about an inch, but keep enough for your curls?
Yes, that's right. You know how I
But we're
like
playing
it,
in an
Adelaide.
alternate history steampunk Victorian setting. Oh, we're playing as her.
How was the Grand Dame's ball? Was your hairdo a hit?
Oh, it was. All those other old biddies were practically fainting.
I
with
feel like we
tension.
can't be too direct.
Truth be told, though, the evening was rather dull. Just the regular crowd of wags and gossips.
It's a pretty fun point and click
You
adventure
know,
game.
Sometimes I envy people like you, Adelaide.
But we're playing it
People like
as
me.
Yes, you know, ordinary
a detective trying to solve
Being a
crimes
member
while
of
haunted
high
by our
society
ghost
can be so
partner.
draining. One quite lacks a sense of purpose. of
Okay, you have a great
ordinary
night, Landon. Thanks for stopping
that
by.
comes from a good day's labor.
Have you done much of that sort of labor yourself, madam?
What? No, of course not. But I imagine it must be quite good for the soul, quite grounding. Just being what you are. No airs or pretense.
I know that it's
Oh, you've missed a bit there on the left ear. Do be sure it comes out easy.
there's folks like this that get to hear
Certainly,
a
madam.
lot of gossip.
Has anyone special caught your eye recently?
Ha! No, I think I'm getting too old for most of
I
the
wonder if
young
she
cats
mentions
I see
Roger
around these days.
DeVay.
Besides, marriage has proved to be more trouble than it's worth. I'm finished with that whole game. Although there was one fellow who came into the supper club today.
Oh, no.
Pity he was only interested in asking questions.
They're on to me! Into the escape pod, Adelaide!
Yes, the dark brooding type. Sleepless nights etched all over his face.
Oh,
Still
2D?
handsome, though.
Yeah, there's
I
a good bit
invited
of
him
fun.
to join me for a drink, but he refused. Said it was too early to be drinking.
Is that so?
Life is too short to be so uptight.
Probably for the best he didn't join you for that drink then. I have to say, your musical selection for today is lovely.
It's nice to know someone like you can appreciate some of the finer points of
I get the feeling that we need to butter her
In
up
case
with
you were
some of that.
wondering, the piece is the Fourth Symphony by a composer named Theophilus.
At least I
Wagner.
didn't accept that drink.
Yes, it's refreshing to hear the Fourth Symphony for a change. Most people know von Wagner for his Fifth Symphony or his Lute Concerto in D minor.
Oh, you know von Wagner?
Although I admit he isn't one of my favorite Baroque composers, I can appreciate what he brought to the movement. I'm more in favor of Scaravaldi. His development of the Concerto Grosso makes for a much richer musical tapestry. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh, well, perhaps so.
Do you have any favorites among Scaravaldi's works?
His first symphony is quite riveting.
Do you mean his concerto for mandolin? He didn't have a first symphony as such.
Well, yes.
Oh, we're exposing our ignorance.
As much as I enjoy chatting, perhaps you should concentrate on what you're doing, dear.
I was reading in the paper this morning about what happened with Desiree Lathan. Did you hear about that?
Oh, such a tragedy. Poor Desi.
Nice.
We hadn't talked in a long time, but...
It's always interesting to see that Adelaide has all these hidden depths. And it's so useful for your cases.
Thank you, dear.
Did you and Desiree used to be friends?
Oh, we were like sisters at one point.
What happened?
What else? A man got involved.
Is it Roger DeVay?
You were both after the same man?
No, quite the contrary. We both enjoyed being unattached and had vowed to keep it that way. The Spinster Sisters, we used to call ourselves. But I fell for a man a few years ago. We got married, and Desiree stopped speaking to me.
That's a shame.
Yes, especially considering the marriage only lasted a few brief months. I lost both my husband and my best friend.
Oh, probably not then.
I'm sure there's a lesson to be learned in that.
I heard someone mention that Desiree had her portrait painted recently.
Yes, I heard that too. I think it was Caroline who told me. Yes, that was it, Caroline.
Oh, because the signature on the portrait was lost. It had burned away. There it was.
She said his name was.
Roger DeVay? Sounds mysterious.
Oh.
Well, I don't know about mysterious.
There we
He's
go.
Just an artist. Not a very good one either, from what I hear.
He didn't do a good job on the portrait?
Oh, no, he did fine. I just meant he hasn't really taken off. His paintings aren't worth very much, you see. But
Oh, I
Desiree
hadn't
took
played
a
Hornet
liking to him
Song.
very quickly. Even went as far as giving him an extra
Is it a new
key to
mod,
her
Little
apartment.
Ghost?
If there was anything more going on between them, I couldn't say. But she could have done a lot better, if you ask me. I mean, he's barely even an artist now. I heard he took a teaching position at the university. Now, who would want their likeness
Ooh,
immortalized?
all the
by
info
a
we need.
lecturer?
We got all the dirt.
I see. Well, I hope he makes it in the world someday.
Miracles may happen.
Quite chilly out today, isn't it?
Yes, a good day for spending indoors.
Probably means we'll be getting an earlier winter.
It's a good thing I bought a new set of coats then.
Well, hey, I hope that you did that you had fun making that. I'm sorry, Little Ghost. This one's probably a little bit harder to jump into
Good.
because of
I
it
think
being a
that's
point-and-click
all
game.
Thank you, Adelaide.
And we're on the
It
third
was a pleasure,
case.
as always.
So we're
Likewise,
seeing
Miss
things.
Robino. I'll see you next week.
We're seeing things how they connect together.
And she didn't tip very well either.
Oh, that.
I'm sorry, dear. She sounds positively dreadful.
No more than the other Gascon Grandames. I just hope you manage to get something useful from that.
Nice.
Addie?
What is it?
Now I need to compliment
You're
her.
looking especially lovely today, Addie.
Miles, don't flirt with me. Not now.
I wouldn't push my luck with her, Miles. She hasn't completely forgiven you.
Oh, jeez. Oh, compliment her again.
I'll let you get...
Yeah, okay, we're not gonna push our luck. She just helped us. Yeah, well, we started it last week, and now we're on the third case. We did the prologue in case 1 last week. Okay, so now we need to find... Oh, the University of New Britannia.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Are you Roger DeVay?
I am.
Miles Fordham, private investigator. I have some questions for you if you aren't too busy.
Will this take long? This isn't exactly the best time.
It shouldn't, no.
All right, then.
Because considering that he's the beneficiary for, from Desiree Lathan's death,
How long have you been teaching at this
he seems the
university?
most likely
About
suspect.
4 years now.
And do you also earn money with your painting?
Not of late. I haven't sold a painting in some time.
But if he's a lecturer,
But
why
my
is he
salary from the
homeless?
university is enough for the time being. Perhaps someday I'll be able to devote the proper focus to my painting.
Should burn her too. Oh no.
Do you know Desiree Lathan?
Desiree? Yes, of course I know her. What happened to her was just awful.
Indeed.
Oh, are they doing like oil paintings?
What can
Maybe
you tell me about her?
Maybe that's
She was
the
a wonderful woman.
oil sample we
Sharp,
need.
full of life, extremely witty. I only knew her for a short time, but I consider myself lucky to have had her as a friend.
How did you two meet?
We were introduced at a party and became fast friends. It's hard to believe she's really gone.
I know that I'm so broken up with it. I will cry myself to sleep with the dollar bills.
You painted Desiree's portrait, is that right?
Yes.
It's a lot of fun if you
just a
like
few
point and
months
click
ago.
games
Do
and
you often do
detective
commission
games.
Sometimes, but this wasn't exactly a commission. More like a gift.
Yeah.
You mean you weren't paid for it?
No, I didn't do it for money. It was an honor just to paint her.
I see. And did she
I
like
know,
the
that
result?
would be very
Well,
interesting,
she had it hanging in
Kyusuke.
her bedroom and not in her attic, so I assumed she liked it well enough.
It was a rather nice portrait, I must admit.
Oh, so you've seen it?
Indeed I have. Regrettably, I can't comment on the likeness, never having seen the subject in life.
Ah, yes. Well, she used to say that standing in front of it was like
But I
looking
think that
into a
that might
mirror.
be where we get
I
with
tried
the
my
oil.
best to do her justice.
Do you have any information regarding Desiree's death?
No, none at all. It came as a total shock. I heard she was burned to death. Oh, is that true?
It is.
It's really just unthinkable.
Do you know of anyone who might have wished harm upon her?
No, everyone loved her. To think someone could be capable of doing that to her, it just makes me feel sick.
Come on, you're supposed to laugh maniacally now.
Is it true that Miss Lathan recently changed her will to make you her beneficiary?
Yes, you can imagine my surprise.
My understanding is she left you quite a significant sum.
I don't see how that's any of your business, but yes, she did. I'm very lucky. Oh, I see what you're getting at. You're thinking I killed her for her money. Is that it?
I never said anything of the sort, Mr. DeBay.
No, but I can see it in your eyes. Look, Desiree considered me the son she never had, and she was like my second mother. I would never, ever even think of doing something so horrid.
Oh, I'm sure he wouldn't.
I'll let you get back to your class.
Let me find your fraud log, like the last lady. Ooh, supplies.
All the tools an artist would ever need. Brushes, pieces of canvas, paints. There's also several jars full of clear liquid. Interesting.
Come on, you can snag one.
Huh. This is linseed oil.
Oil.
It's used as a drying agent for oil paintings. It would be a good idea to take a sample of this, Miles. Especially now that nobody's looking.
Do it. This might be the oil sample we need.
I'm guessing it's locked, but it probably only contains more art supplies we don't care about.
Because if it is linseed oil, then that would give us enough to pin it on him.
Where dreams go to die. These aren't half bad.
Because he definitely
Nice to know
has the
students aren't
motive.
completely wasting their time here. Well, so much for modesty. Ooh, is it warm in here or is it just me?
I know, we would have such an easy job if that was the case, Kiyozuki. But to be fair, we had to do quite a bit of stuff to find her apartment to get that log. It wasn't like right in the middle of the place.
Now that we've got some linseed oil, it's probably worth testing.
Let's do it. I think it has to be like an orange color to show that it's the same. I'm pretty sure it has to be because there's no other test tubes.
Well, I'll be damned. We've got ourselves a match. I wonder if Edwards knows anything pertinent about this stuff.
Nice.
Pardon me, Edwards.
Yes?
Tell me all you know about linseed oil.
What do you know about linseed oil?
It's an oil made from flaxseed that has many uses. Most commonly, it's used to dry things like varnish or oil paints. Some people even eat it for health benefits. I hear it goes well.
There's a lot of fun with playing a variety of games. I also...
As most oils are, yes. Where are you
I
going?
also enjoyed a lot of these kind of
The
point-and-click
oily
adventure
residue
games.
on that rag is linseed oil.
Fascinating.
But I found no trace of anything used to light a fire at the crime scene.
Uh-oh, he's getting that gleam in his eye.
Wait just a moment. Linseed oil. Of course! Anytime linseed oil is used, extreme caution must be taken to dry cure rags that may be soaked in it. That's because when linseed oil dries and oxidizes, it releases heat. A pile of rags soaked in linseed oil in a confined space runs the risk of spontaneously combusting.
There it is.
How long would this take exactly?
A few days, at least.
Interesting. It's a rather uncertain means of murder, but it's excellent for appearing accidental.
It's certainly not the most far-fetched conclusion you've ever
And
come
it was
to.
under the bed, so it probably would have been something that was
Thanks.
easy to
That's all
miss.
I needed to know for the moment.
Anytime, Fordham.
I'm not sure if that will give me as a suspect. Yeah. I think we have to go back to the bedroom to be able to... We probably need to go back to the bedroom to take a better look at that. Because we can't apparently finger Roger and DeVay yet. We still need more evidence. Yeah, I played Tormentium Dark Sorrow. That one's actually pretty fun. It's a bit on the short side, but definitely worth giving a look to. Okay, wait. Who was there?
Nothing new to ask him.
I'm afraid I need...
Alright.
I like how he's just letting us come and go. It's like a revolving door. And maybe something more can be found about this ash pile.
Just a pile of ashes.
Yeah.
I don't think there's much else. This one is a 10. I don't. What? Alas, come to think of it, the flames must.
Okay, then it was probably... We might have to confront Roger about this.
Probably best not to disturb his class. All the tools and artists. I feel as though this could be relevant. I feel as though this could. I'm guessing it's where dream.
Oh, maybe we needed to examine the painting again. Goodness. You can tell it's getting late because I'm
afraid I...
Alright.
I'm not doing as well. Oh yeah, certainly. Is it the sanctuary one, or
That's a nice
I'm trying to
portrait of
remember?
Miss the area with.
But the date is still let...
That's an.
But the...
Because I had heard about a Coral DLC, but wasn't it Tidetail? I think it was. Yeah, I played Tormentium, and I actually played it again last month because I was just like, I didn't find all the documents, so I just wanted to do the last achievement just for completion's sake, but also for some nostalgia.
Nothing else.
Goodness, there's something we're missing here. Oh, talking to him.
May I ask you some more questions?
Sure. I ain't going nowhere.
Tell me about Roger's artistic pursuits.
Well, not much to tell, really. He used to paint all the time when he had his studio in the building that used to be here. He was good at it, too. Shame nobody ever bought his paintings. All that's left now are those two unfinished ones against the back wall there. We used the rest of his spare canvas to make the tent.
How did Roger feel about his paintings not selling?
Well, how do you think? Made him madder in the March air. Didn't do a very good job of hiding his displeasure either. At least not around me. He always used to say he'd find some way or another to make the money he deserved.
Odd. He told me he was content with the salary he got from his teaching job.
That's a
Ah, there we go.
book
We
if
needed
I
some
ever
more
heard it.
testimony.
Truth is, old Roger's about as poor as Job's turkey. He'd do anything to make a quick crown.
Well, now. That's
Like, say, murder old
Thank you for your
women for
time.
their money.
Well, it's fitting that Mr. DeVay is an artist, because I think he's painted us a pretty clear picture of what happened to Ms. Lather.
There we go, suspect added. I'm pretty sure it has to be Roger DeVay, because the linseed oil matches up with that. Looks like you're already ahead of the curse. Was gonna recommend it for stream. Wait, which one, what do you mean by ahead of the curse? Oh, did you mean, because I think you suggested Tormentium at one point or another. I've actually... Oh wait, wrong, wrong building. I didn't go to the police station. Oh, ahead of the curve, okay. But yeah, I played Tormentium a while, I think it was a year or two ago, for the first time. It's fun seeing kind of things like that.
Got a moment, Upton?
Yes.
I like how this one makes it points you towards certain people, but then it seems as though it goes much deeper.
Oh, what have you got?
Like with how the first one is that you find out who actually did it, but that Madame Dupree was the person that you should actually convict. And the same thing, like, it looks like that it could be the gambling debts or the protester, but it's actually the spiritualist kind of stuff.
She was murdered by Roger DeVay.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Roger DeVay.
University, in order to claim her inheritance. DeVay befriended Miss Lathan and even painted her portrait, but his failure to establish a name for himself and earn a living from his art was driving him mad. Miss Lathan cared for him as a son, and recently changed her will, naming Roger as her sole beneficiary. Roger knew of this, and decided killing Miss Lathan was the best way to solve his financial troubles.
And how did he manage to do so?
Desiree had given him a key to her apartment. While she was out at the Grand Dame's ball, he entered and left a pile of rags soaked in linseed oil under her bed. She arrived home drunk and passed out, unaware that the rags were growing hotter by the minute. Eventually, the oil burst into flames, burning the rag pile as well as poor Miss Lathan.
How awful. Well, I'll certainly pass along the information. What an astounding series of events. Although I'm sorry you won't be able to gloat to Snelling that you solved the case before his detectives did.
I can find other means of amusement, I think.
Good work, Fordham.
Next time.
As usual, I'll send anything else your way as soon as
Next
I
time
can.
we run into Snellen, we'll just blow cigarette smoke in his face.
Roger DeVay?
Yes, what is it?
You're under arrest for the murder of Desiree Lathan.
Oh, I see.
Come with me. We need to ask you some questions at the station. And you up there, make yourself decent, would you?
Dearest, I'm back.
There you are. I was starting to get worried you wouldn't make it home in time.
In time? In time for what?
For dinner at the Rutherfords. I told you about it the other night, don't you remember?
I may or may not have been
Terribly sorry,
drunk,
dear.
Adelaide.
Must have
I'm
slipped my
sorry.
mind. How you haven't yet been presented a prize for Husband of the Year is beyond me.
There's still time for you to get ready if you hurry.
Why don't we spend a nice quiet evening in together? I'd much prefer that.
We've had a quiet evening in every night for the past 3 weeks. I need to get out of the house.
Then go ahead without me. Please give Anne and Joseph my regrets.
So you're just going to sit here at home by yourself?
I'll probably just catch up on my reading or try and get some sleep. Maybe I'll get around to reading that story in Brentwell's.
All right, suit yourself. I shouldn't be home too late, but don't wait up.
Have a wonderful time, my love.
Ah, alone at last.
Now we can
If
discuss
only
the
I were.
cases with Bill.
Careful what you wish for, Miles. You just might get it.
Seeing as I won't, I think another trip to the Angels in order.
Oh, you're gonna break your word in addition to lying? That's
No,
bold.
don't do it.
Nonsense. I'll be home in no time. It'll just be a quick drink to calm my nerves and get you out of my hair.
I think I need a machete for that.
Oh, well.
Very funny.
Wait, that's strange the Discord invite doesn't work. That should.
So, that last case was really something.
I'll update it in
Classic
just a
example
moment.
of murder for money. Such a shame. Perhaps with Roger in jail, Miss Lathan's riches will go to a more worthy cause. Like
Oh,
feeding
okay,
the poor.
good. That's great.
You're not listening to me, are you? Oh, right. You've had 2 drinks already.
Hmm.
Fine. I'll just see myself
No,
out.
don't drink to excess,
Copper
Miles.
for your thoughts, Miles?
Oh, I was just thinking about a story I read tonight in Brentwell magazine. It's called The Dissembling Mechanism. Are you familiar with it?
Afraid not. Brentwell isn't really my type of magazine.
It isn't mine either, but my wife suggested I read it, and it struck a bit of a chord.
Go on then. What's it about?
The story concerns an inventor, a woman who's the greatest mind of the modern age. In this story, ethericity's been discovered, and the inventor understands and uses it in her work.
Ah, one of those fantastic speculative stories.
Anyway, this inventor spends her time creating mechanical wonders, the likes of which the world has never seen.
Oh, jeez. Let's see.
The inventor has a husband whom she loves dearly. One day, he meets a tragic end in a carriage accident. The inventor is devastated.
All too common in these types of stories.
Yes, well, as I mentioned before, the inventor is the greatest mind of the modern age. She spends weeks researching a way to bring him back. She toils for hours, forgetting to eat, neglecting her duties, forgetting her friends. Finally, she finds a way to repair his broken body with mechanical implements.
Cool, she makes a steampunk cyborg.
Once that's done, she harnesses the power of ethericity and revives him from death.
Why would she go and do something like that?
Because the inventor's obsession was fueled by love. She cared so much for her lost loved one that she vowed to do everything in her power to save them from death. Unfortunately, things don't go well. The inventor brings her husband back, and at first he's confused, wild. With time and patience, she tries to ease him
Yeah,
back
I
into the
would
world
be
of
more
living.
in... I think the spouse would work
Gradually,
more.
She comes to realize that this person she's brought back isn't her husband. Not as he was, anyway.
I know, you gotta have the
She understands what
steampunk
she's done.
cyborg
She flies
husband.
into a fit of madness, and she kills both her creation and herself.
How tragic.
She also leaves behind a note which closes off the story. I can still recall the exact words. This dissembling mechanism hath not the vital breath of he whom I loved. It is not him. I have formed but a vain, mocking shadow of what is forever lost.
That's one hell of a story, Miles.
As I said, it resonated with me quite deeply.
Same here. I can tell you, I'm glad that ethericity crap hasn't been discovered, or else this sort of thing won't just be in stories. You mark my words.
Yes, I suppose that's one way of interpreting it. I should probably be getting home.
One last gin for the road?
No, don't do it.
Ah, hell, why not?
You're gonna water the begonias again.
It's later than I thought. Addie must be asleep.
She's gonna be up.
Miles, I thought you said you were staying in tonight. What happened to you?
Nothing. I went out for a bit and lost track
You
of
just
time.
dug a bigger hole, Miles.
Miles, you're dead drunk.
No, of course I'm not.
She's got a breathalyzer.
Dare keep lying to me, Miles. It's obvious. I can smell it on you.
But I'm not drunk. I only had 2, I think.
I don't care how many you had. You promised me this wouldn't happen again. Where exactly did you go tonight anyway?
I was at the Angel.
The Angel? But why would you go there?
I suppose I was just trying to relive the old days.
So why didn't you tell me you were going?
I don't know.
Miles, this has to stop. First it was that sleep medicine, now you've started to go out drinking yourself into a stupor after you explicitly promised me you wouldn't again.
I was
It's clear that you've
railroaded
been
into
keeping
this.
something from me and using drugs and drink as a way to avoid dealing with it.
No, really, it's just...
No, Miles. I'm tired of the lies. I heard what you said when I came home from my appointment with Mrs. Lefebvre. God forbid Adelaide ever find out about something. I wanted to think I'd imagined it, so I let it go. But I've come to realize just how wrong I was.
Addie, please.
Enough. No more excuses, no more lying. I just want to hear the truth. What is it you're not telling me?
I can't tell you, Addie. I'm sorry, but if I do, you'll never believe me.
Do you know what I really don't believe, Miles?
Liars.
The fact that you think it necessary to lie to your own wife. Am I to believe that for all these years you've never felt you could trust me?
Of course not. It's just that this is different.
A lie is a lie, Miles. And the bottom fact is you've been lying to me for months. Perhaps I was too naive or too distracted to see what was really going on, but you finally opened my eyes. This can't go on. I refuse to let it go on.
What are you saying?
Get out, Miles. And don't come back until you're ready to tell me the truth.
Addie, you don't mean that.
I do mean it, Miles. I don't care where you spend the night, but it's not going to be here. If you ever decide you want to tell me what's going on, I'll listen. But until then, just go.
I guess it is good that she's putting the foot down.
Oh.
It's like, no, don't go to the bar again. You're gonna get caught. You know this.
Take me away from all my troubles. So far away from all the worries in my life. Who in the ether is calling at this time of night? Oh, Miles! Please come in.
I know, this is now getting a lot more intense.
It's so nice to see you outside of work.
Oh, I get a hug and a kiss? Is that how it works now?
You put up your rough and tough attitude, but I know deep down you're really a kitten.
Upton, are you drunk?
No, of course not. I admit I like to have a glass of wine or 6 to unwind after work.
Oh goodness, they're both drunk.
Well, I'm glad you're not, because I am.
Wait, what's going on? Is everything all right?
No, I'm afraid I've made a mess of things at home. Addie threw me out.
Oh, Miles.
I know.
I'm terribly sorry to hear that.
Not as sorry as I am, believe
Because
me.
other than the fact
What
that they are
happened?
lying, that he's
It's
lying to Adelaide,
really not
it
worth
is
getting into.
that they have a pretty
Let's just
reasonable
say
marriage.
I need to figure some things out about my life.
Don't we all?
Well, now I am curious as to how this continues.
Constance, I hate to impose, but
Of course. you can
Unfortunately,
stay
it's
here,
midnight, so
Miles. As long
once
as you
case
need
4
to.
starts, then I
Thank
will.
you. I won't need much space. That chair in the corner.
That's what
should
I'll
do
save,
nicely.
Are
and
you sure? You won't be uncomfortable?
we'll then finish it up next week.
I've slept in worse places.
Oh,
Believe
no,
me.
that'd be terrible, Kiyozuki.
All right. Well, I should probably be getting to bed. Early morning tomorrow and all that.
Of course. Have a good night, Upton, and thank you again for letting me stay.
Not a problem. Good night.
Nice. Well, hopefully they're able to patch things up. Oh, well, probably not if it's been a week.
Ah, election night. The perfect opportunity to switch out one rich swindler for another. Don't know why you're wasting your time. It's not as though the Prime Minister actually does anything. It's oddly quiet in here. Maybe my mustache drawing campaign had an effect after all.
Good evening, sir. Are you registered to vote?
Yes, I am. Here's my registration card.
Sir, this is a library card.
Very good, Mr. Fordham. You've come at an excellent time. Go ahead and step inside a booth. Take as long as you need.
Thank you, young man.
As everyone knows, you always save before an election. I wasn't paying attention to any of the politics. Hey, no problem, little ghost. You have a wonderful night. Wait, wasn't this the guy with the man of the people kind of thing? We'll vote for him.
Well, that's taken care of. Thankfully, the Angel isn't a polling place, so we can still have a nice quiet evening.
We have voted.
What? My head is pounding. Damn withdrawal.
Actually, I think someone's knocking at the door.
Oh, right.
Alright, let's see where this starts off case 4, and then we will save and have that as a stopping point.
Good afternoon, miss. If you're looking for Miss Upton, I'm afraid she's not in right now.
No, I've already spoken with Miss Upton. I'm looking for Mr. Miles Fordham.
Oh,
I see. Well, I'm Miles Fordham. What can I do for you, Miss?
Mrs. Emily Morgan. I have a problem, you see. Miss Upton said you'd be able to help.
I suppose you'd better come in. So, what seems to be the trouble?
It's my brother, Ronan Lespay. He was murdered 4 nights ago outside a tavern in the Chum.
Too bad he didn't get to see the election winner. Oh, we're not going to...
On election night?
Yes, I suppose it was.
Could you please tell me what happened?
The police took his body to the mortuary and investigated the crime scene, but they're out of ideas. I've been down there at the station every day, but they don't seem to care enough to look into it any further. All they've been able to determine was that it wasn't a robbery, and that the clothes he was wearing weren't his. My brother was a good man, Mr. Fordham. He would never have willingly gone to that part of town. I need to know why he was murdered, and I want whoever did it to pay for it.
Very well, Mrs. Morgan. I'll take your case.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Fordham.
I just need to know where your brother was killed, and where I might be able to contact you.
He was found outside the Silent Raven. It's on Alewife Avenue, on the west side of the Chum. Here, take this. It's a photo of Ronan. It might help your investigation.
Where can I find you?
And if you need to speak with me, you can come to my husband's bakery. It's
Okay.
here in Worcester, at 15 Drummond Street.
Very good. I'll begin my investigation right away.
Thank you again, Mr. Fordham. You have no idea how much this means to me.
Wonderful. It's awfully nice of Upton to also let him crash
This
here for
case
the
has our
interim.
names written all over it. Maybe it'll be good practice for finding the man who caused my death, eh?
I mean, hopefully it leads there, Bill, but... Alright, so... This is where we're going to stop for tonight, and we'll see next week. We're going to try to get through the 2 finale cases and finish Lamplight City, and see if we can patch things up with Adelaide and find Bill's killer. Oh, come on, quick save is there for those reasons. You're darn right. I am trying to make more saves than I'd usually do, Kiyozuki, just so I can go back and pick some of the more spicy and saucy options and see where that goes. But nonetheless, this is where we'll stop for tonight. We'll do 112% speedrun in practice on Saturday, and then we'll continue with more of God's Soul on Sunday. So nonetheless, thank you guys so much for watching. Stay safe, stay healthy, and see you next time.